Chapter 1402. In the eyes of the world, Xianxia was a bit of a fool. But this was all on the surface. This was because this child had been isolated from the world since he was a child. Coupled with the fact that he lacked fatherly love since he was a child, and in this era, this kind of child was the most despised by the world. Because he was casual, he closed himself off. What he showed was not because he ate something, but because he was mentally immature. If such a person was properly trained, in less than 10 years, he would definitely be a blockbuster to the world. Because he longed for recognition and love. In later society, this kind of personality was called autism. What Xianxia had unintentionally displayed in front of Qian Tong was simply to gain Qian Tong's approval. After all, his father was a person who played with money. This was the best way to get Qian Tong's approval, but Qian Tong seemed to have labeled Xianxia as a fool from the beginning. So, thinking of this, Zhang Feng subconsciously asked, "Xiang, let me ask you something." Xiang asked indifferently, "Is it about Guan er?" No, let me ask you, if you had 3 white sheep, how much could you sell them for?" Xiang looked at Zhang Feng suspiciously and asked, "If I had 300 sheep, why would I sell them?" Zhang Feng was stunned. He asked, "I'm just asking, tell me, what do you think?" Xiang heard this and said, "If it was me, I would only choose the best and strongest sheep among these 300 sheep. Even if there were only 50 sheep, I would still have 300 sheep next year. As for the remaining 250 sheep, I would sell their sheepskin to the Hu merchants. I heard my mother say that a sheepskin sold for 20 copper coins. When the time comes, I will rent a butcher shop in Chang'an. I will sell 1 jin of meat for 5 copper coins. Even if there is only 30 jin of meat in a lamb, I can sell it for 150 copper coins. If there are 250 sheep, I can sell them for 37,000 copper coins. Including the bones and offal, I can sell the lamb for 40,000 copper coins, which is 40 taels of silver. If 1 piece of sheepskin is worth 20 copper coins, 250 pieces of sheepskin can be sold for 5,000 copper coins. And this is only in Chang'an. If I were to go to the Tufan Turks, the price would be even higher." When talking about this, Xianxia was abnormally excited. It was as if at this time, in front of him was not a field of grass, but a field of silver coins. This made Zhang Feng even more curious and asked, "Xiang, who did you learn this from before?" Qian Chuaner looked at Zhang Feng suspiciously and said, "Do we still need to learn this?" This time, Zhang Feng was stumped. At this time, Zhang Feng wished that he could drag Li Gan and the other idiots here and let them see what kind of prodigy this was. Compared to Xianxia, what the hell was Li Gan? What the hell was Du Debing? Those were all trash. This was simply a natural-born fortune-teller, and a natural-born merchant god. After losing Chen Wanli, Zhang Feng felt very guilty. This was because as a brother, he had always wanted to help the Chen family, but he could not find a way. But now, seeing Xianxia like this, Zhang Feng could not help but have a bold idea. "Xiang, don't you want to go somewhere with me first? There are many brothers at my place, and there are many delicious and fun things." "No." Xianxia shook his head and rejected Zhang Feng without thinking. This was somewhat unexpected to Zhang Feng. "Prince Zhang. President Zhang." At this time, Qian Tong's low voice sounded at the door of the small courtyard. It interrupted Zhang Feng's thoughts. Zhang Feng shook his head helplessly and glanced at Xianxia. The moment Xianxia heard this voice, his eyes flashed with excitement, but a moment later, it dimmed down. Zhang Feng's heart ached. "Don't you want to see your father?" Xianxia shook his head fiercely. "Father said that I'm not allowed to go out of the courtyard." After saying that, Xianxia lowered his head in grievance, not daring to look at Zhang Feng. Seeing this, Zhang Feng shook his head, stood up, and walked towards the courtyard door. As soon as he saw Zhang Feng, Qian Tong was instantly relieved. But when he saw Zhang Feng coming from that direction, he could not help but worry. "President Zhang, how could you stoop to such a desolate place?" This old man was rude. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Zhang Feng hurriedly helped Qian Tong up. As the two walked towards the front yard, they discussed the next steps. Zhang Feng said, "Uncle, the matter of Wan Li is still my academy's fault. I also heard that the Ministry of Justice will send some of the Tang family's wealth to you soon. After the Ministry of Justice checks the properties of the 4 families, someone will send them to you, but... While speaking, the two paused. Zhang Feng said, "The academy is, after all, just the academy. I don't want to take care of other things right now. I'll leave them to Lao Li and the others. When the time comes, I'll send someone to personally talk about the future of the white paper business. I've decided before Wan Li's business will still be handled by your Chen family. President Zhang." Chen Tong knelt down in front of Zhang Feng and sighed. "President Zhang, my Chen family is unable to repay the kindness you have shown to my Chen family. Now that Wan Li's revenge has been avenged and we've given you enough, if you continue to give this old man more, I'm afraid you'll remember it." Zhang Feng helped Chen Tong up from the ground. Chen Tong was right. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai gave up. "Fine, since Uncle says so, I'll drop the matter. But there's something I want to ask Uncle. Is that Xianxia in the backyard your young master?" Chen Tong naturally knew that Zhang Feng and Xianxia had met for the new year and was shocked. "I frightened Dean. My unfilial son was born stupid. I hope sir can forgive him." Zhang Feng said, "No, I mean I want to accept him as my direct disciple." Chapter 1403. Chen Tong was stunned and hurriedly asked, "Dean, what did you say?" Zhang Feng patted Chen Tong on the shoulder and said, "Giving a man a fish is not as good as teaching him to fish. I have been thinking about how to compensate you and brother Wan Li. Coupled with the fact that old madam is so good to me, I was deeply moved. Before seeing Xianxia, I really didn't know what to give you, but after seeing Xianxia, I made up my mind to accept Xianxia as my successor. What do you think?" Chen Tong was stunned. He hastily turned pale with fright and said, "Sir Dean, I know that you are affectionate and loyal to my family's Wan Li. You are a rare man who values affection and loyalty. If it weren't for you today, Wan Li's hatred wouldn't have been avenged. But now, Wan Li's hatred has been avenged. In addition, I now have a noble title. This old man is perfectly satisfied. How can I accept Sir Dean's kindness? If this were to spread, how would the world view me, Chen Tong? The world will say that I, Chen Tong, took the opportunity to extort Dean, and I will be despised by the world. Moreover, I know my son's temperament. He is so stupid if he were to follow Dean then. No, this absolutely cannot happen. It wasn't that he didn't want Xianxia to take over his mantle. After all, at this time, Chen Wanli, the only hope of the Chen family, was gone, and Xianxia was the only son of the Chen family. Chen Tong naturally hoped that Xianxia could achieve great things. However, Xianxia had suffered the pain of losing his mother in Tang province and had been ridiculed and ostracized since childhood. Under these two conditions, he had become completely stupid. Even the famous doctors in Chang'an City had no way to cure him. This was a brain disease. Moreover, how could Xianxia understand the ways of merchants? This was undoubtedly Zhang Feng trying to comfort him. Therefore, Chen Tong would never agree. If he agreed, then how would the world view his Chen clan? How would he, Chen Tong, face the people of Chang'an City in the future? When Zhang Feng saw this, he knew Chen Tong would say this, so he sighed and said, "Martial uncle, don't worry, today is not the time to talk about this, but you also know that I have a lot of things to do, plus today's incident, I may not be able to leave the mountain for a long time. However, I also see the dispute in uncle's family today, and I sincerely want to help uncle, but money will only bring disaster to disaster uncle. As for Chen Xiang's words, I sincerely want to accept it. If you don't believe me, let's ask Chen Xiang's and have him calculate the accounts. Chen Tong, you know he's a. I previously believed that Wanli would have a brilliant future in the field of merchants, but after seeing Chen Xiang, I'm even more certain that within 10 years, Chen Xiang will be unmatched in the art of merchants in my great Tang. No, even in the borders of my great Tang. How could Chen Tong have known that Zhang Feng would give Chen Xiang, a child he had almost forgotten, such a high evaluation? Now that he saw Zhang Feng again and saw how sincere he was, Chen Tong felt even more complicated. Looking into Zhang Feng's eyes, Chen Tong asked seriously, "President Zhang, is what you said true?" Zhang Feng pointed to the backyard and said, "Why don't Uncle Chen call Chen Xiang over? Let's go." Since Chen Wanli went to the academy, Chen Tong had basically never stopped inquiring about Zhang Feng. From Chen Wanli's mouth, Chen Tong learned that even Li Gan and Du Debing, the smartest people in the academy, had never received such a high evaluation from Zhang Feng. Before this, Qian Tong had wondered what kind of person Zhang Feng considered a genius. So today, when he learned that Zhang Feng actually had such a high evaluation of his stupid son, how could he believe it? The two hurried back to the small courtyard. Xianxia naturally noticed Qian Tong's arrival and hurriedly hid behind the sheep house, secretly watching the two. Seeing this, Qian Tong immediately shouted angrily, "Come out, come out!" Zhang Feng hurriedly stopped him. "Uncle, don't do this, you'll scare him." Qian Tong hurriedly said, "Dean, how could my son receive such treatment from you?" Zhang Feng ignored him and instead waved to Xianxia. "Xianxia, come to big brother's side." Xianxia was still a little frightened and didn't dare to move. Seeing Qian Tong about to get angry again, Zhang Feng quickly squatted down and said, "Xianxia, tell your father about the 300 sheep your big brother just told you about. Wait for big brother to take you to eat something delicious." "Something delicious?" Hearing this, Xianxia's eyes lit up, but after glancing at Qian Tong, he shrank back. Qian Tong said with some resentment, "The dean told you to speak, so just speak. Father won't scold you." Seeing this, Xianxia slowly let down her guard. She fearfully told Zhang Feng about what she had just said, as well as the plan that she hadn't finished talking about. This time, Qian Tong was dumbfounded. He seriously doubted that the timid boy standing next to him at this time was still his stupid son. After a long time, Zhang Feng asked, "Uncle, now you know Xianger's ability, right?" "But after all No buts. You should know that in addition to merchant skills and teaching, I, Zhang Feng, also know some medical skills. What's more, Divine Dr. Sun is also on my mountain. If you don't believe me, do you not believe in Divine Dr. Sun?" Chapter 1404. After Zhang Feng dealt with the affairs of the Qian mansion, then he hurried back to the academy with Xianxia, Ma Zhou and the others. The moment they went out, the gate of Chang'an City was locked. Looking at the brightly lit Chang'an City, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Back to the mountain." Since they parted at the gate of the Tang mansion, he hadn't seen Li Chengqian, Cheng Chumo and the others. Zhang Feng also knew that although he had taken revenge today, the mess he left behind must be cleaned up by someone. So he didn't think much about it. Along the way, Gao Can was on alert all over the city. No one knew where he got a sky piercer in his hand. Coupled with his horse and burly figure, he looked like a general. Behind Gao Can, a group of people also followed Zhang Feng's carriage and went up the mountain. Although no one said a word along the way, everyone's eyes were rather strange. The reason was that ever since they left the Qian manor, Zhang Feng's side was always followed by a timid, skinny and tanned young man. This boy looked a bit like Qian Wanli. But no matter how people asked, he seemed to be frightened. He clutched Zhang Feng's robe tightly and hid behind Zhang Feng without saying a word. And Zhang Feng didn't explain much. After all, it was useless to explain anything now. And Zhang Feng was also thinking hard about the next countermeasures and the way to go in the future. Such a big thing happened today, but the big hand behind the Tang family still didn't come out. Even the people of the Wang clan didn't have much reaction, let alone the big families behind the Bai family, the Gao family and the Mi family. It seemed that they didn't know anything about what happened today, and it had nothing to do with them. But the more it was like this, the more Zhang Feng felt that things were a bit tricky. At this time, no one came out to say a word of justice for the four families. What did it mean? It meant that they had already thought of all the consequences. That was to say, they had already thought of the countermeasures for all the consequences of what they did today. This was the scariest part. They had been planning from the beginning. What were they planning? Phosphate fertilizer? This thing was just an excuse to deceive the world. This thing was bound to be implemented in large quantities, and whoever dared to stop it would be defying the decree and becoming the enemy of all the people in the world. No one dared to do such a thing. Then, what were these people planning? This was what Zhang Feng didn't understand the most. It was said that this was the best time to deal with him. The reason why Zhang Feng dared to come to the Qian residence was because he wanted to use himself as bait to see if these people would take the bait. However, the result disappointed him. These people still didn't move. Then what exactly were they plotting? Medical skills? Steel smelting? Or was it his business path technique? The reason why Zhang Feng thought of the business skills was mainly because of Qian Wanli's death. If Qian Wanli wasn't dead, Zhang Feng wouldn't think too much. But Qian Wanli was dead. That meant that the key now was to find out whether Qian Wanli was killed by accident or deliberately set up. This was the breakthrough point. There was also the Mi family. Why would Granny Mi Ji let all the important people in the family die before he went? As long as someone confessed, the Mi family wouldn't die. But everything was buts. At this moment, it was like a huge mountain pressing down on Zhang Feng, making it hard for him to breathe. However, there was one thing that Zhang Feng knew. What he did today would definitely serve as a warning. Those who wanted to kill him or coveted Pyrolite Mountain would definitely not dare to come here again. The following dangers would definitely be more dangerous. This time, all his plans, from firearms to crossbows to composite bows to armor, had to be sped up. Zhang Feng also thought of an even more important point. That was the little idea he had in mind before. Now it was time to arrange it. That was to form a special battle team. When he thought of this, Zhang Feng lifted the curtain and was about to call Old Ma to ask him. But before he opened his mouth, he heard Old Ma say, "Dean, we've arrived at the academy." With this, Zhang Feng realized that they had unknowingly arrived at the entrance of White Deer College. At the entrance of the academy, Yu Shernan and the others were already holding lanterns and torches, waiting with all the students of the academy. The light of the torches lit up the entire Mount E red. Turning around, it was the same in the marketplace at the foot of the mountain. All the merchants, as well as the Hu merchants, seemed to spontaneously hold up their torches and stood on both sides of the dark road. At this moment, Zhang Feng slowly lifted the curtain of the carriage. When the crowd saw Zhang Feng, they heaved a long sigh of relief. "The Dean is back. Welcome back, Dean. Welcome back, Dean." Excited and loud roars exploded on Mount E like thunder. Even the soldiers guarding the city on the top floor of Chang'an City could faintly hear them. Chapter 1405. Reporting. Your Majesty, President Zhang and the others have safely returned to the academy. In the Imperial Study. Xiao Gizi's report instantly caused the stifling atmosphere in the Imperial Study to slowly recover some of its warmth. Li Shimon's cracked lips opened slightly. "Did you notice anything unusual along the way?" "Nothing at the moment. The branches of the big families in Chang'an and near Chang and are under constant surveillance by the Imperial Guards. There is nothing unusual with these people at the moment." "Leave." Li Shimon waved his hand. Xiao Gizi hurriedly left. After Xiao Gizi left, Li Shimon looked around and asked Chang Yaojin, Wei Zhang, and the others, "What time is it now?" "Your Majesty, it is now Su Shi." Li Shimon nodded and looked at Zhang Sun Wuji. "The Ministry of Justice, haven't you gotten anything out of the interrogation?" Zhang Sun Wuji's face tightened. "There is no news yet. Lord Li is personally in charge of the Ministry of Justice. I believe there should be no problems." Li Shimon heard and sighed. "Such a big thing happened to the four families, but you didn't know anything beforehand. You should be punished." Hearing this, Wei Zhang, Yu Qigong, and the others hurriedly got up and knelt. "We are guilty." Li Shimon continued, "Qian Wanli's matter is small, and this was an accident. But have you ever thought that the one who died today was not Qian Wanli, but us, or your children? What would you think?" Yu Qigong, Niu Jinda, and Cheng Yaojin were shocked and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, it is our fault, we—" "Enough." Li Shimon waved his hand and said, "Let the crown prince in." Outside the Imperial Study, Li Chengqian and the others were all kneeling neatly. Hearing this, Li Chengqian's face changed, but he hurriedly bowed and entered the Imperial Study. Once inside, Li Shimon glanced at Li Chengqian and said, "I remember that the tea house in the East City is your property, right? Also, you have a group of spies in Chang'an City who are responsible for collecting information and spreading rumors. What do you think of this matter?" Li Chengqian's face changed instantly and he hurriedly said, "Father, I was careless. But I've been busy with the phosphate fertilizer on the mountain during this period of time and forgot about it. Please punish me, Father." "Wait. Go to the Ministry of Justice to receive your punishment." Li Shimon waved his hand. "What do you think of this matter? Did your people gather any useful information today?" "Yes. But they are all kneeling outside Taiji Palace." "Announce it." As his voice fell, little Gizi hurriedly announced the decree. A moment later, more than 10 people of different ages and sizes appeared at the door of the Imperial Study, trembling. Looking at the people kneeling in the Imperial Study, they couldn't help but panic. Greetings, Your Majesty. More than 10 people knelt down as soon as they entered the door. Li Shimin waved his hand in annoyance. Xiao Gizi understood and said, "Tell His Majesty everything you found out today. Don't hide anything." How dare they hide it? The people kneeling outside the imperial study were people who could make the entire Tang dynasty tremble with a stomp of their feet. Who were they? How dare they hide anything? They didn't want to live anymore. Your Majesty, today in Chang and we. How could they dare to hide anything? He even told her what time he was going to shit, what time he was going to eat, and what he was going to eat. But there was nothing useful about the abnormality. This made Li Shimin's expression turn slightly cold. Your Majesty, when I came to the palace today, I saw a blacksmith shop that hadn't been open for a long time open today. Does this count? Li Shimin, who was already a little disappointed, heard this, and his eyes instantly lit up. He asked, "Which blacksmith shop are you talking about? Tell me the whole story." Seeing this, the man hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, earlier today, this lowly one ate fermented glutinous rice at the entrance of the blacksmith shop, but I didn't see anyone. However, when this lowly one passed by the blacksmith shop at the entrance of the gourd alley in Xinghua Square, this lowly one found that it was already open for business. Many people were inside organizing something, and there were also people carrying large amounts of ironware in and out of the shop. This shop originally belonged to a person surnamed Zhou, but I didn't see the shopkeeper today." Surnamed Zhou? Li Shimin frowned slightly. At this time, another spy hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I know this blacksmith shop. My brother worked here for a short time before. I heard that the shopkeeper's wife seemed to be surnamed Wang, and I heard that the shopkeeper's wife's accent was from the direction of Taiyuan. Taiyuan accent. Surnamed Wang. The shop that hadn't opened for a long time actually opened. What did this mean? This meant that there was a big problem." Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "Send an order to thoroughly investigate this matter. There can be no mistakes." Hearing this, everyone hurriedly knelt down and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Chapter 1406. After everyone exited the imperial study, Li Shimin stopped Feng Xianling. After everyone had left, he walked to the bedchamber and asked, "Master Feng, do you know if there's any news from Mount Longsho?" "Well, Your Majesty, there's no news for the time being. Does Your Majesty suspect that the people who went to Mount Longsho have found the ore?" Li Shimin nodded. "That's possible. Otherwise, why would the Wang family choose this time to restore the iron mine?" Li Shimin stamped his feet and said, "Little Gizi, immediately send someone from the Minister of Internal Affairs to ask if the iron mine in Chang and has been restored, and if there's still coal." "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Shimin didn't leave. Instead, he called Wei Zhang and the others back to the imperial study. As soon as they entered, Li Shimin asked, "Yuqi Gong, did the people you sent to Mount Longsho have any news?" "No." Yuqi Gong shook his head and said, "But we haven't returned home for the time being. Does Your Majesty think that the iron mine on Mount Longsho has been found?" Li Shimin nodded. "That's right. Otherwise, there really isn't such a coincidence in this world. You all just heard that the Wang family actually reopened the ironware shop that had been closed for half a month. Moreover, it wasn't as good as yesterday, not tomorrow. Why must it be today?" With this question, Yuqi Gong and the others instantly sensed the problem. Why today? Why not tomorrow? Was it a coincidence? Or was it premeditated? In an instant, the imperial study fell into silence once again. Groups of palace maids were trembling in fear as they poured sweet tea for the few of them. Occasionally, they would bring in boxes of cigarettes. The imperial study was once again shrouded in fog. Cheng Chumo and the others escaped from the palace as if they were running for their lives. After they left the palace gate, they breathed a deep sigh of relief. Just now, they had knelt for more than 2 hours and almost lost their knees. But in the end, they didn't know if the emperor forgot or what, but he didn't punish them. It would be strange if they didn't run. Once they left the palace, they couldn't help but be stunned. After looking at each other, Wei Shuyu asked, "Are we going back to the mountain or going home separately?" Why don't we go back to the mountain? Right now, none of our family members have left the palace. Who knows what happened? If we don't run now, we will inevitably become a punching bag when we return." Cheng Chumo agreed. Yes. Although the insect's words are a bit harsh, it makes sense. Besides, Fengzi made such a big noise at the foot of the mountain today, so he must be very angry now. If we go up and accompany Fengzi, we will be disobeying the emperor's order. Everyone basically hit it off, and then hurriedly rushed out of the city. Other people might not be able to leave the city at this time, but who were they? They were the sons of the Duke and had the Academy's token to enter and exit the city. As long as they had the token, they would turn a blind eye and let them out of the city as long as there were no major incidents. The moment they hit it off and hurriedly ran away, a team of Jianghu guards in golden armor rushed out of the palace. Then they scattered and rushed to the mansions of the Duke. Teams of Imperial guards shuttling between Chang'an City and the Imperial City were still like hawks shuttling back and forth in Chang'an City. This kind of thing didn't stop until it was almost midnight. But just as the clock was about to ring, the clock was ticking. At the Tunghua gate of Chang'an, a rider holding a torch galloped over. When the guard on the city gate was about to speak, the rider on the horse shouted, "Open the gate quickly. Good news, good news." On the mountain, in Zhang Feng's villa, Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu stopped crying when Zhang Feng came back, and then went to the room on the second floor. In the living room on the first floor. At this time, a group of big shots on the mountain gathered together. Although the old village chief and he had already explained the matter clearly, Scholar Lai and the others still asked Zhang Feng to explain the matter again. Everyone furrowed their brows and slowly walked away. But when they reached the door, Scholar Lai noticed Xianxia, huddled in the corner of the door and asked, "Fengzi, this is..." His name is Xianxia, Qian Wanli's half-brother. "Xiang, come and greet your teacher." Zhang Feng hurriedly introduced. However, everyone was also stunned by this name. It took them a long time to react, but when they saw Xianxia's timid expression, they thought that he was frightened today. Moreover, they were too lazy to ask about the person Zhang Feng brought back. After all, this mountain belonged to Zhang Feng. How could they ask about it? They were too lazy to ask. After such a big thing happened today, they had been tense and wanted to rest early. After all, the results would only be out tomorrow. After the few of them left, Zhang Feng immediately called Old Ma in and asked seriously, "Old Ma, you saw what happened today. I want to get a special force. Go back and pick a few smart people for me." Old Ma was stunned and asked, "What soldiers are you talking about? You want to raise a private army?" No, it's a special force. It's similar to the security guards on the mountain. But they're just there to learn the new military tactics and fighting methods that I came up with. But the prerequisite is that they have to be young. Chapter 1407. It was not the first time that Zhang Feng had such an idea. He had had such an idea a long time ago, but because of some things, he had not decided until now. Until today, Zhang Feng was really sure. Today, the mastermind behind the scenes did not make a move, which meant that there would be a bigger move. This was what Zhang Feng was most worried about. After all, if this bastard really did something, it would be really troublesome. Zhang Feng was not afraid of trouble, but he was also afraid of being annoyed. Instead of waiting for others to come, why not take the initiative himself, Zhang Feng? Take the initiative to lure the mastermind out? However, Old Ma did not know this, nor did he know the meaning of special forces. He quickly asked, "Dean, what do you mean by special forces? What's the use of it?" Zhang Feng knew that Old Ma would ask this, so he said, "In fact, special forces are also a kind of soldier. This kind of soldier actually has the ability to fight together and has quick reaction. However, in the case of an individual soldier, they can also complete a 1,000-mile raid alone or scout the enemy camp at night. This kind of soldier has very strict requirements for the soldier's physical fitness and endurance. As for tactics and fighting, I don't know much about these, so I'll have to rely on you. However, it's best to have some foundation." This. Old Ma was instantly in a dilemma. "Dean, these people you mentioned can be found in the military camp, but if you look for retired veterans, it's really based on the current manpower in the academy and the public house, we can gather at most 30 people. However, if you look for people who were screened out by the military due to some things, this is not a problem. However, don't get your hopes up. It's not easy to find such people." Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, "Are there very few people like this?" "Not very few, but none at all. Most of the people who came out of the military, as long as they are good and not disabled, have gone to those rich businessmen's houses to guard the house. How many of the remaining people do you think are good enough? Zhang Feng had really forgotten about this. Although ordinary people hated military personnel, to the rich and influential families, such people were the most suitable to be guards. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng suddenly thought of old Niu. Didn't this batch of people instigate a few hundred guards and servants when they were in Lontian? Presumably, the people who were chosen by them were all experts, right? Moreover, he had promised Chen Tiniu and the others that he would forge the 4 of them. Now it seemed that it was time. Old Ma, let's not consider your men for now. Let me ask you, what do you think of Iron Bull, Idiot Wei, Sun Chong, the Yu Baolin brothers, and Gao Can? Speaking of which, Old Ma also remembered these little fellows. His eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, if these fellows were in the army, they would definitely be fierce generals. Could it be that you want to? Zhang Feng nodded. Old Ma's expression changed instantly. He asked suspiciously, Dean, you really don't know Tai Niu's identity? Zhang Feng was stunned and asked, what other identities do they have? When Old Ma saw Zhang Feng's expression, he instantly knew that Zhang Feng still didn't know the real identity of Chen Tiniu and the others. This was easy to handle. If Zhang Feng really knew their identity, then Zhang Feng's arrangement would be problematic. After all, these fellows' fathers, except for Gao Can, were all high dukes. Letting them do this at this time? If the dean hadn't discussed this with the high dukes in advance, then it would be strange. In fact, in the Chang'an military camp, Zhang Feng had already known about the training method that he had come up with. Not to mention training, just hearing about it made his scalp tingle. Carrying dozens of kilograms of stones on their backs every day, they couldn't even sleep well. This was simply the devil's training method. In the Chang'an military camp, there were at least 50,000 soldiers stationed there. Those who could stay in the Chang'an military camp were basically the elites of the elites. However, there were not even 5,000 people who could pass the training method so far. From this, one could see how terrifying it was. But once they got through this level, it was really like what Zhang Feng had said. It was not a problem for them to be able to fight 10 people at once. Besides, they were not given any tools or food, not even a fire starter, and were asked to fight with the beasts in the Qinling Mountains for 10 days. The person who could come up with such a training manual was either crazy or a god. At first, old Ma Huanzi had lamented that this thing had been created by that perverted general. However, when he found out that this thing had been created by Zhang Feng, he was completely dumbfounded. With Zhang Feng's weak body, how could he come up with such a thing? Now when Zhang Feng said this, he suddenly understood that this thing was really made by the dean. Was it just for this moment? Old Ma was dizzy listening to this. His mind was still thinking about this matter. After talking for a long time, Zhang Feng found that Old Ma was in a daze. He couldn't help but ask, Old Ma? Old Ma? Hey, Old Ma, do you want a wife or not? After hearing the word wife, Old Ma finally reacted. Zhang Feng rubbed his head and said, you go down the mountain tomorrow morning. Call Jia Daoren up. Those guys are naughty. The 2 of you will be responsible for their training from now on. Also, find those guys for me tomorrow morning. Seeing that Zhang Feng really intended to train Qing Chumo and the other young dukes, and that he would train them in the future, Old Ma was so scared that his legs went soft. He hurriedly said, okay. Chapter 1408. Early the next morning, Old Ma hurried down the mountain. Last night, he thought about it all night. Let's not talk about Wei Shuyu. Wei Shuyu was Prime Minister Wei's son. Although Prime Minister Wei gave people the impression that he was unapproachable, he rarely came to the mountain. This was easy to handle. Lord Zhang's son was also fine. But the most uncomfortable were the 2 young masters of the Yuqi family and the son of General Cheng. Damn it, they were all famous bastards. Asking him to train them? Wasn't that courting death? Would they be able to endure such hardships? But Zhang Feng had given the order, so he had no choice but to do it. Therefore, Old Ma thought about it for a whole night. When the sky was still dark, Old Ma found all his old buddies and told them about it. When they heard it, their heads instantly exploded. Asking them, a group of nameless soldiers, to train Commandant Cheng? This was not courting death. This was courting death. But they couldn't refuse. In the end, everyone slapped their thighs and agreed that they had to go to the military camp and ask one of the generals first. After all, it was extremely difficult for them to find a few dukes. But the military camp was different. This was General Cheng's territory. Even if they couldn't find him, as long as they found his personal guards, it would be fine. As long as they passed the message, as for the consequences, they could completely push it to General Cheng. Not only would they not have any responsibility, after all, Cheng Chumo made a scene at the training ground. That was the civilization and the military. It was also because of this matter that Cheng Chumo and the others were transferred out of the military by the emperor. In the military camp. Although the sky was still dark, groups of men were roaring and running around Shao Mountain crazily. What was even more frightening was that everyone's arrowheads, necks, calves, waists, and backs were tied with a large bag of bulging things. No one knew whether they were filled with stones or sand. But no matter which one it was extremely terrifying to old Ma, who was staring blankly at them. And in old Ma's eyes, this group of lunatics was shouting without blushing or panting, as if it was an ordinary thing. This made old Ma feel terrified. Stop! The military camp is an important place. No one is allowed to enter. At this moment, an angry roar sounded. At the next moment, a general wearing radiant armor and riding a large horse came before the old horse. Old Ma hastily took out his identity card and said, "I have been ordered to look for the generals." "What is it?" "The dean wants a few disciples to participate in the training of the new art of war." "I'm here to ask." The general had just asked casually. He hadn't expected old Ma to say anything. However, he was taken aback by old Ma's words. "Are you saying that Zhang Feng wants to train his disciples?" "No, it's Iron Bull. It's Tainyo and the others." Old Ma hurriedly explained. The general's expression froze when he heard this. He pulled on the reins and asked, "Are you talking about Commandant Tainyo?" Seeing old Ma nod, the general was shocked. He hurriedly led old Ma into the commander's tent. The commander's tent was actually a house. In the front hall of a spacious house, there was a sand table of the entire Chang'an and the surrounding mountains. Behind the sand table was a large screen. On the screen was a map, but it had long been drawn with ink marks. There were old and new ones. When the two of them passed through the front hall of the commander's tent, they heard a rhythmic coughing sound. Old Ma found this rather novel, but the general didn't seem to find it strange. He led old Ma into the rear of the tent. "General, someone is coming from the mountain." Yu Qigong had been reading a military report with a frown. When he heard this, he hurriedly put it away. However, when he looked up and saw old Ma, he asked in surprise, "What is it?" Old Ma didn't dare hesitate. This was General Yuchi, one of the 4 war gods. He hurriedly said, "General, the dean wants to find some people. He says he wants to train these people individually." Yuchi Gong didn't mind. "Pass down the order. Pick a few good seedlings from the army and send them to the mountain." Seeing this, old Ma quickly interrupted Yuchi Gong and said, "General, the dean wants to train Commandant Cheng and the others." "HM?" Yuchi Gong was surprised. He looked at old Ma in surprise. When did this happen? When did he say anything about this? Old Ma hurriedly told him everything. The more he spoke, the more agitated Yuchi Gong became. Of course, the cigarettes in his hand also changed one after another. His coughing became more and more severe. It wasn't clear whether it was because he was agitated or because he was choking on the smoke in the room, but old Ma's throat felt like it was on fire. Old Ma couldn't help but feel impressed by Yuchi Gong. No wonder he was called the war god. Just this boldness, this ferocity of smoking, this throat and eyes. Could it be that they were all made of iron? What the hell? He deserved to be called the war god. Yuchi Gong wasn't thinking about anything else. Instead, he thought about something Zhang Feng had said a long time ago. He vaguely remembered that Zhang Feng had said that he wanted to train Cheng Chumo to become a heavy cavalryman and Zhang Sun to become the strongest light cavalryman. At this moment, he was looking at the situation. Yuchi Gong couldn't help but slam the table. "It's done. Ha ha ha, old black. Fengzi has finally thought it through." Chapter 1409. Old Ma naturally knew that Yuchi Gong's words weren't meant for him. However, when he saw how happy Yuchi Gong was, he couldn't help but congratulate him excitedly. "Congratulations, General! Congratulations!" Yuchi Gong laughed heartily when he heard this. Then, he waved his hands and said, "Don't be in such a hurry to flatter Lao Tzu. Is Fengzi going to let you train them this time?" Old Ma froze for a moment before he hurriedly said, "What the principal means is that I will accompany them in their training. The rest will be personally trained by the principal." All right. Lao Tzu knew that Fengzi would make this move. Yu Qigong stood up and paced back and forth in the commander's tent. After a while he told the guard, "Hurry up and invite General Cheng and Niu Jijia over. Tell them about this matter." He had no choice but to be happy. His two sons would be together. Although he didn't know how Fengzi would train his two sons, compared to Old Black and Old Niu, he would wake up smiling even in his dreams. If the cow saw that the tiger's leg was broken, it naturally wouldn't be able to do anything. All it could do was watch helplessly. How could Cheng Chumo compare to his two darlings? Compete in strength? His second son could lift a millstone with one hand. What could Cheng Chumo do? All these years, he had already been *king stripped of his virginity by those little girls. Those two brats were the best. Although his upbringing was stricter and he was more obedient, he still had some strength. When the time came, as long as the emperor gave his approval, the Yuchi family would still benefit the most from this matter. How could he not be excited? Their official positions had basically reached their limits. They wouldn't be able to get promoted any further. In any case, they were still most concerned about their sons and nephews. This was the real battlefield where they would fight. Which family's son would be able to accomplish something if he had a promising future? A small matter was enough for them to brag about for an entire year. So how could Yu Qigong not be excited about such a big matter today? However, before he could get too excited, Cheng Yaojin and Niu Jinda rushed in with red eyes. As soon as they entered, they saw Yu Qigong's annoying look. They glared at Old Ma and asked, "Lao Tzu has seen you before. In the Jianghu military camp, your name is?" Replying to General Cheng, "I, Ma Xinliang, am the instructor of the new recruits of the Jianghu military camp." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yaojin's expression instantly relaxed. He was really afraid that Yu Qigong was trying to trick him. Seeing this, Cheng Yaojin narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up Ma Xinliang. "I heard that Fengzi wants to turn our son into some special forces soldier?" "Yes." Ma Xinliang stood as straight as a ramrod. He couldn't help it. This man was the military god who would beat up anyone who disagreed with him. Among the three of them, his temper was the most unpredictable. It would be strange if he wasn't afraid, even though he was no longer a member of the military. However, this was a fear that was engraved in his bones. Right now, he couldn't help but be afraid. Niu Jinda hadn't said a word from the start to the end. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but that he was sullen. When he thought of his son lying at home, he was filled with anger. How could he be in the mood to speak? Now that such a good thing had happened, he could only watch helplessly. How could he feel comfortable? When he saw Yu Qigong's smug face, Niu Jinda's heart turned cold. He wanted to kill someone. After Cheng Yaojin asked him about the details, Yu Qigong stepped forward and patted Cheng Yaojin's shoulder smugly. "Old Hey, let's make a bet. Believe it or not, this special forces soldier, my son and I will definitely." "Fine, fine, fine. You're so cocky, okay? TSK. TSK. Lao Tzu only has one son, but didn't Fengzi say that he wanted 50 people? You want 50 people? Just these few people aren't enough. Isn't that clear enough?" When he heard this, Niu Jinda seemed to have grasped the main point. He hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Ma Xinliang, let me ask you. Did Fengzi really say that he wanted 50 people? And he didn't allow people from the military to be used?" The dean wants you to decide for yourselves." Before he said this, he asked me to find some veterans. However, when he found out that Sean was better and had gone to guard the house, he asked me to find a few young dukes. When he heard this, Niu Jinda slapped his thigh and said, "Old Hey, old Yuchi, your sons are involved, but our son is still lying at home." When Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong heard this, alarm bells went off in their hearts. They asked suspiciously, "What do you want?" "What I mean is very simple. I'll take all the remaining people. My Niu family only has one descendant. And this time, it's also because of the military training that your poor nephew broke his leg, so scram, don't talk about it. If you dare to talk about this again, we won't be brothers anymore." Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin said almost at the same time. Ma Xinliang was so scared that his whole body trembled. He subconsciously slipped out of the door. However, He was stopped by Niu Jinda. This is what he said himself. Don't go back on your words. When my son broke his leg, the two of you were stingy and didn't give him anything. Instead, you secretly forced my son to drink. Don't think that I don't know. You promised to see the tiger and said that if there were any benefits in the future, you would all think about it. Fine. Now I don't want anything. I just want the remaining quota. Chang Yaojin grinned and said, You can dream a little better. Chapter 14:10. Niu Jinda was stunned. Instantly, his face twisted. Chang Yaojin, what do you mean by this? Back then, when you were in my manor, that child Jianghu was closer to you than to me when he was in Longyu. He poured tea for you and called you uncle. Now, you're starting to act shamelessly? Seeing Niu Jinda explode, Yu Qigong hurriedly comforted him. Old Niu, calm down. About this matter, I think Fengzi should have other arrangements for Jianghu. Can you just wait? You see, even if we agree, do you think those old things will agree? Chang Yaojin rolled his eyes and agreed. That's right. Think about what His Majesty is thinking. Think about it, Du Ruhui. Let's not talk about this. If you go to Zhang's son, do you think that old thing will agree? Think about it. Why don't you think about it? Although we all have children involved in this, not everyone can persevere in the special forces. My son might be pulled down in a few days. You also know that our children are all spoiled and pampered. Fengzi will definitely know about such an important matter. They don't see that kid who can endure hardships. So, let's put our children aside for a while and talk about these 50 people first. How about it? After all, no matter how good we say it here, it will be His Majesty who will make the decision. Don't you think so? In an instant, the atmosphere in the tent became tense. Ma Xinliang's legs and stomach were twitching. He wanted to leave, but at this time, his sleeves were torn by Niu Jinda. He didn't dare to speak or move. The cold sweat on his face couldn't stop flowing down. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore. Ma Xinliang shouted bitterly, Generals, I still have to go find a few young dukes to quickly go up the mountain to report. This matter is still early. Can't you talk in private first? Hearing this, Yu Qigong hurriedly said, Old Niu, why are you pulling his clothes? After all, Fengzi has other arrangements. You. All of you shut up for Lao Tzu. Niu Jinda was furious. How could he not know that at this time, if Ma Xinliang went to find someone to go up the mountain, then his son would really be fine. Seeing this, Yu Qigong and Chang Yaojin rolled their eyes and tried to persuade Niu Jinda, but Niu Jinda didn't listen to anything they said. Lao Tzu just wouldn't listen. The two of them couldn't help but get angry. Yu Qigong pointed at Niu Jinda's nose and said, Old Niu, do you have any shame? Just because your son can't go, you want to take up so many spots? What are you trying to do? What am I doing? Niu Jinda glanced at Lao Tzu and said, Since Fengzi wants to make this thing at this time, he must want to deal with that thing. Do you think Lao Tzu cares? Lao Tzu just thinks that my soldiers are all good. Look at your family, you. Without waiting for him to finish, Chang Yaojin said sourly, But I heard that when you went to look for a mine, most of your men died on Longzhou Mountain. How can you gather so many people at this time? Even if we have enough, the quality is still worrying. Seeing this, Yu Qigong hurriedly poured cold water on him and said, Yes, yes, yes. Look, both of us are doing this for your own good. You also said that Fengzi wants to train this thing this time because he wants to do that thing. That will cost him his life. Don't you want to keep people at home at this time? How could us old brothers watch this happen? So, you just stay calm and don't talk about this anymore. Bastard! Are you seriously ganging up to bully Lao Tzu? Niu Jinda angrily grabbed Chang Yaojin's beard. The pain made Chang Yaojin burst into tears. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Old Niu, are you King crazy? Hurry up and let go of Lao Tzu. Otherwise, when Lao Tzu gets angry, even I am scared. Come on. Lao Tzu is not afraid of you. Old Yuchi, are you done laughing? Why aren't you helping? Are you asking for a beating? CK. What are you trying to do? In the end, in the midst of a fierce battle, Ma Xinliang scurried out of the battle in a daze. He could only hear the earth-shattering sounds of fists hitting flesh, as well as the sounds of things shattering. In the next moment, within the entire camp, within a radius of 30 feet from this tent, Not a single person could be found. Everyone ran away, leaving not a single trace behind. It seemed that this kind of thing happened frequently here. No one dared to be unlucky at this time. After Ma Xinliang calmed down a little, he hurriedly borrowed a horse and fiercely whipped the horse to gallop away. When the people in the tent heard the neigh of the horse, they also showed a rare pause. Then, the three of them hurriedly rushed out of the tent with their clothes disheveled. When they saw that Ma Xinliang had actually run away, the three of them were instantly shocked. They hurriedly got a war horse and sped away while cursing and quarreling. It seemed that they were going to find the emperor to reason things out. After the three of them left, only then did the soldiers emerge from the sheepskin barracks with lingering fear. After ascertaining that the three of them had left, a few of the generals scolded loudly. "What are you all standing there for? Go do what you need to do." Chapter 14:11. In the palace. Li Shimin looked at the reports on the table about the blacksmiths that suddenly appeared in Chang, and these 2 days with a worried face. Since yesterday afternoon, the original 12 blacksmiths in Chang and city had reopened one after another. What did this mean? It meant that they were instructed by one person. The person who instructed them was Wang clan? It was possible that Wang clan was involved. However, the premise was that the pair of hands behind him had not appeared. At this time, there was still no news from the iron ore on Mount Long's Ho. No one knew whether the iron ore had been found or not. If it had been found, why hadn't he received any news until now? It should be noted that it was already 9 o'clock today. There was still no news. Li Shimin couldn't help but feel a little upset. Because the pair of big hands showed him the 4 big families in Guangzhou who suddenly attacked yesterday and the forces behind them. These forces must know what happened yesterday. However, until now, he didn't see any abnormality in the people in the court, nor did he see any abnormality in the properties and secret sentries of these nobles in Chang'an. Did they really not know? Or did they do it on purpose? Or was it that these things were arranged in advance, and all this was a plot? In fact, there was nothing between the 4 big families in Guangzhou and these nobles. Just when Li Shimin was upset, little Gizi walked into the imperial study with a strange face, but Li Shimin didn't notice him at all. He was still rubbing his forehead and thinking about it. When little Gizi approached, Li Shimin noticed him and asked, "Little Gizi, tell me, does this have anything to do with those big families?" Little Gizi was stunned and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, forgive me for not telling you. I let you tell me, so you tell me. I forgive you for everything." There were strict laws that forbade the imperial harem and eunuchs from participating in politics. If other ministers saw this, they would be impeached. Moreover, there were many people who coveted his position. Moreover, these people were basically people from those big clans. The reason was that they wanted to know the emperor's every movement at all times. In addition, yesterday's incident had not yet passed and was still causing a stir. At this time, there were definitely many people who were looking at the emperor's imperial study. At this time, if someone broke in, or if the eunuchs and palace maids heard it and spread the word, it would not be good for him. Therefore, little Gizi chose to play dumb. "Your Majesty, this servant thinks that this matter should be unrelated. Otherwise, these big clans would have come running here long ago." Hearing this, Li Shimin nodded. At this moment, Li Shimin seemed to have thought of something and asked, "What's the matter?" "Replying to your Majesty, General Yuqi, General Chang, and Niu Jijia have been making a ruckus all the way here." Li Shimin frowned and scolded with mild anger. "Aren't we in the military camp at this time? What were they doing in the palace? Go, let each of them go to the Ministry of Justice to receive their punishment and get them back." Hearing this, little Gizi twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Your Majesty, I'm afraid that's not possible. Just now, I heard that Prince Zhang wants to do something and wants all the young dukes to participate in it. Niu Jijia has been quarreling all the way to the palace because of his son's broken leg." Li Shimin was stunned. But then a look of horror flashed across his eyes and he said, "Let the 3 of them get in here." After a while, 3 half-grown old men stood in front of Li Shimin angrily. However, at this time, these 3 generals, who were feared and revered by everyone, made Li Shimin have the impulse to beat them in public. The 3 men's clothes were disheveled and even damaged in many places. Her hairbun and hairband were nowhere to be seen on her face. Her messy hair fluttered with the wind at the door. Li Shimin could even see strands of fleas falling from their hair to the ground. Li Shimin was furious when he saw this. "Look at you, where are your manners? When the three of them heard this, none of them were willing to admit defeat. One after another, they told Li Shimin the whole story without missing a single word. Li Shimin was startled and asked, "Then do any of you know if Crown Prince and the others went up the mountain today?" When the three men heard this, they remembered the most important thing. Where was their son? After arguing for so long, they didn't seem to have seen their son since last night. When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he asked carefully, "Your Majesty, was the Crown Prince in the morning court today?" Li Shimin frowned slightly and said, "He was in the morning court."
"Why are you asking this?"
Cheng Yaojin and the other two men looked at each other strangely and said, "My son went up the mountain after hearing that he left the palace last night."
"Mine too."
"Mine seems to have disappeared last night." In an instant, how could the four men not know? They were so angry that their beards blew and their eyes widened. If there were people on the mountain, would Fengzi send people down the mountain to look for them? He must have gone to the brothel to spend the night again. Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "Leave them alone."
"You have seen Zhang Feng's new Mitsubishi knife."
"I just got the news that the iron mines and ironware shops in Chang are all open again."
At this time, Fengzi chose to do this. What does it mean?
It means that Fengzi wants to take the initiative to attack. Although Cheng Yaojin and the other two men knew it, they were still in an uproar at this time.
Seeing this, Li Shimin sighed speechlessly and took the lead to walk out.
When he reached the door of the imperial study, he said, "Accompany me to the mountain to ask Fengzi clearly."
Yes.
Chapter 14:12. Prince Zhang, have a cup of hot tea first. In Zhang Feng's villa, Jingshu looked at Zhang Feng quietly and handed him a cup of hot tea.
Zhang Feng thanked her and put down the brush. He picked up the teacup and took a sip gently. The tea had been cold for a long time.
Coupled with the tea leaves that Zhang Feng personally picked from the mountain, it was even more refreshing at this time. Zhang Feng smacked his lips and said, "Good tea."
Jingshu pursed her lips and smiled.
She pointed to the papers full of words in front of Zhang Feng and asked, "What are you doing? I saw that you've been sitting for 4 hours.
It's time to eat." "Just a little bit more. It'll be done in a while."
Zhang Yuyao looked at the two of them from afar. She pouted and said with some jealousy, "It's already midnight.
Can't you do it after eating? You didn't even have breakfast."
Zhang Feng smiled faintly. He got up and pulled Zhang Yuyao over. Then, he took Jingshu's hand and said, "This is very important. You all know about what happened yesterday, right?
I've also thought about it clearly.
I don't have any desires. I just want to follow my heart and live a rich life. Although it's a little tacky, this is my dream. The reason why I want to be an official is that only when I'm high enough can I have enough deterrence and power. When the time comes, we won't fight for it. After we settle down, we'll retire. Then, our family will stay in Mount Shao, grow vegetables, and teach students."
Isn't such a good life?
Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu took the opportunity to sit next to Zhang Feng and asked, "Aren't you doing it now? And it seems that it's not far away." Zhang Feng sighed and said, "Sigh. I want to live a quiet life without any desires, but the prerequisite is to earn enough money, influence, and reputation. But as you can see, I, Zhang Feng, really don't care about ordinary business. But it's also because of this that the things I made were a little rushed, and that's why there's a conflict."
Zhang Feng smiled. "That's right. That's a good thing. Us sisters often hear people praising them."
Zhang Yuyao asked doubtfully. Zhang Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly.
"Wrong."
Jingshu asked in surprise. "Why?" Zhang Feng stood up and pressed on the two women's shoulders. "Actually, what I targeted before was the common people. From pork to improving the quality of the pig's meat, it was nothing more than wanting to make cheap meat affordable for the common people. This was actually all for the sake of outsiders. I, Zhang Feng, am not such a saint." Zhang Yuyao was stunned and asked, "What is the Holy Mother?" Zhang Feng smiled and said, "It's nothing." Jingshu thought for a while and said, "You mean to help the world?" Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Almost, but I don't think so. My thinking is very simple. I don't know who I told this to at the beginning, but I forgot. I just thought that when I go out one day, I can eat or use the things I make at any time. That's all." Zhang Feng pointed to the teacup in front of him and said, "The things people eat in this era are basically cooked in a pot. Even tea is basically added in some random things.
What is this? In my eyes, this is simply vulgar behavior. Of course, I'm just complaining in front of the two of you. Jianghu nodded and said, Prince Zhang's words are true. Previously, this little girl has even eaten the imperial banquet, the emperor's favorite national banquet dish, Hunyang Mohu. But compared to the delicious food that young master made now, it really tastes like chewing wax, not to mention such elegant and quiet tea. But, young master, what's with your medical skills? You said that this food is for the convenience of traveling in the future, and you can still eat such delicious food. Then, how do you explain your medical skills? Zhang Feng smiled and shook his head. Nothing can escape your eyes. Well, I'll make red braised pork for you to try tonight. I can guarantee that it's really delicious. When Zhang Yuyao heard this, her eyes instantly widened. She subconsciously glanced at the door and said, Prince Zhang, keep your voice down. If they hear you, it won't be peaceful again. Zhang Feng pinched Zhang Yuyao's nose, teasing Zhang Yuyao until her face turned red. Then he said, Actually, this medical skill, to put it bluntly, contains many things such as medical hygiene, physical hygiene, and so on. I know that this has long been deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people, and it's difficult to change anything. But if you start with a doctor, it will be much easier. Look at the food on the street, those people's hands, and then look at the food. I really can't swallow it. They don't even know the principle of washing their hands before eating and after eating. And what's even more hateful is that after wiping their snot and wiping their buttocks, they put their hands into your bowl. Can you eat it? In an instant, Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu's faces turned pale. They repeatedly vomited and said, Then according to what you said, in the future, we won't eat the food in the cafeteria on the mountain anymore. We'll cook our own food. Zhang Feng laughed and said, That's not necessary. I've already made a set of standard cafeteria for the people on the mountain, and there's also a special kind of gloves. So, I can't guarantee the hygiene of other places, but I can still guarantee the hygiene of my academy's cafeteria. At least it's acceptable. However, this can only be considered passable. Chapter 14:13. Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao didn't know what medical hygiene was, nor did they know what physiological hygiene was, but in their opinion, it was just about cleanliness. But thinking about what Zhang Feng said just now, they instantly felt that everywhere was dirty. Those chefs, which one of them didn't have a handful of salt, a handful of vegetables, a handful of meat, and then a handful of sweat and snot? They didn't notice it before, but at this time, Zhang Feng said so. At this time, the two girls were scared and didn't dare to go outside to eat. Even outside of this villa, they didn't dare to eat anything in other places. For example, the barbecue made by Zhang Feng on the street. That thing, now that they thought about it, they even wondered how they ate it in the first place. Zhang Feng saw that the two girls' faces were extremely pale, so he couldn't say anything more. He hurriedly said, that, in fact, this thing is to pay attention to hygiene, to avoid bacterial infection. The space we live in is full of bacteria, and all the diseases we know such as fever, cold, headache, cough, diarrhea, and so on, are all bacterial infections. In order to not be infected by bacteria, we have to do something else, such as disinfection, alcohol, wine, salt, vinegar. They are all good things for disinfection. Zhang Feng explained the physiological hygiene knowledge to the two girls in detail. In an instant, the two girls shrank into a ball in horror and said, Prince Zhang, why don't you get some mugwort and realgar to smoke the house? I see a lot of things. Zhang Feng looked and saw a beam of sunlight shining on the ground through the gap of the window, and in that beam of light, a little bit of dense dust flew up and down in the beam of light. Seeing this, Zhang Feng laughed and said, This thing can't be helped. The things I said can't be seen with the naked eye. Forget it. I'll get some soap later. With that thing, it will be much better to wash and bathe every day. That thing can also make the skin tender. These were two words that they had never heard of. This made Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao extremely mad. They even had the impulse to bite Zhang Feng to death. In his eyes, why was everything he saw poisonous? At this time, a whisper came from the gap of the window, making Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao, who were playing with Zhang Feng, blush to their necks. Originally, they just wanted to make Zhang Feng happy. After all, such a big thing happened yesterday. Zhang Feng must be very uncomfortable. But who knew that these people dared to eavesdrop and let them see such a shameful thing? The two girls stomped their feet, turned around and rushed to the second floor. Zhang Feng was also speechless. But more than that, he was annoyed.
He glared at the door and said, "Are you all here?
Get in here. I've been waiting for you since last night. Where did you go?"
Li Chengqian and the others were stunned. They looked at Cheng Chumo and the others and said, "Fengzi, I just came up the mountain.
There were too many things last night.
I didn't finish until this morning." Zhang Feng knew this. After all, there were so many things.
It would be strange if they weren't busy.
He pursed his lips and looked at Cheng Chumo and the others, who were avoiding his gaze, and asked, "What about you?"
We were also busy last night."
Zhang Feng looked at them. How could he not know that these people must have gone to visit prostitutes last night? But he had no evidence. He could only say helplessly, "Since you're here, let's talk about the next thing." Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't continue to harp on it, they nodded hurriedly. Then, they returned to their original nature, smoking and lying on their backs. After they were all in position, Zhang Feng said speechlessly, "From tomorrow onwards, Tai Niu, Chongzi de Sha, and the two brothers Yu Baolin and Gao Can will start military training." Gao Can, who was outside the door, heard this and ran in excitedly. Shiwa also ran in and asked, "Fengzi, what about me?" Zhang Feng looked at Shiwa and said, "I have other plans for you." Seeing that Li Qian, Du Bing and Feng Yai also wanted to ask, he hurriedly said, "I have other plans for you guys. Also, with your bodies, can you withstand the torture?" Cheng Chumo and the others were very excited. They had heard from Zhang Feng that he wanted to train them to be the elites of the elites. However, ever since Gao Can and Yuchi Baolin went to the barracks to learn military training, there was no more news. At this moment, Fengzi finally remembered this matter. Thank the heavens. However, this wasn't a good thing for Li Chengqian and the others. At this moment, they looked at Zhang Feng with some resentment. Zhang Feng stared back at them embarrassedly and said, "I said don't look at me. You guys have more important things to do. Do you want the explosives I mentioned? If you want, then make them yourself." Hearing this, Li Chengqian and the others finally calmed down. Cheng Chumo and the others didn't care. Zhang Feng pointed at Yuchi Baolin and Gao Can and said, "Wait, the two of you should let them familiarize themselves with this military training method first. Tomorrow, I will have Old Ma and Jia Daoren teach you the military's joint attack technique, as well as the individual combat ability. As for the rest, I will personally teach you. Tonight, I will give you 1 night, and tomorrow, at most, 1 day." Cheng Chumo and the others were already very excited. However, seeing Zhang Feng say these words so calmly, they couldn't help but ask curiously, "Fengzi, what do you mean?" Zhang Feng looked at Cheng Chumo with a faint smile and said, "Because after tomorrow, your doomsday will come." Chapter 14:14. In an instant, Cheng Chumo and the others felt their hair stand on end. From what Yuchi Baolin had told them, what they had seen when they sneaked into the military camp, and the unspeakable pain of their friends in the military, they had thought that this was the worst they could do. However, they could accept it if they had to grit their teeth and become what Zhang Feng had promised to give them. However, looking at Zhang Feng now, it seemed that this was just the beginning? This was the reason why they were so scared. Cheng Chumo was furious. He hurriedly squatted beside Zhang Feng and massaged Zhang Feng's legs while asking, "Fengzi, what are you planning to do?" How could Zhang Feng not know what they were planning at this time? He looked at them with a smile and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. I'm planning to form a special forces team. Yesterday's incident was a lesson. I, Zhang Feng, am not a pushover. I don't like to be watched and led by the nose. Therefore, I've decided to train you into a team of kings who walk in the dark. In the future, you will be able to find the big hand outside and get rid of them quickly. From now on, Li Qian and the others will be mainly responsible for the development and creation of weapons and new things, as well as experiments and so on. I'll give you priority to use all the good things they come up with. However, there's only one condition, and that is to hide yourselves well, use your strengths, and stir up the world for me." In an instant, everyone was aghast. This time, Zhang Feng was really going to be serious. Li Chengqian seemed to have thought of something. He said in surprise, "So this is why you modified the crossbow, the composite bow and musket you mentioned, and why you wanted to train them to become the strongest heavy cavalry, the strongest light cavalry, and the king of assassins?" After Li Chengqian said this, Cheng Chumo and the others realized in horror. Had Zhang Feng already planned everything when he promised to teach them how to become the best troops in the world? Oh my god! How big of a plan and how terrifying of a setup was it to accomplish all of this? Although Yuchi Baolin and the rest didn't know what they were talking about, Cheng Chumo and the rest's expressions made them realize that something was amiss. Come to think of it, none of this happened when Zhang Feng set up this workshop. However, after what had happened at that time, as well as what had happened today, they were horrified to discover the crux of the problem. It was as if Zhang Feng was setting up a huge trap. At the thought of this, Zhang Feng's villa was instantly filled with gasps. However, at that time, Zhang Feng really didn't think so much. At that time, his target was the Guanlong group, as well as the 5 surnames and 7 great clans. But who would have thought that there would be such a terrifying force behind these 2 forces? This was simply beyond the scope of Zhang Feng's understanding. Zhang Feng even searched through every corner of his mind, but could not find anything related to this in the known history. This was the scariest part. At one point, Zhang Feng even thought that this was caused by his transmigration, which caused the space to distort. And this world was different from the world he knew, so there were some differences in the 99% similarity. He couldn't figure it out. Why was this happening? This was what he found most inconceivable. That was why he used the original plan to deal with Guanlong and the 5 surnames and 7 great clans here. Zhang Feng nodded. Then he shook his head and said, "Back then I didn't think so far ahead. I only targeted Guanlong and the 5 surnames and 7 great clans, but who would have thought that such a thing would happen?" And Zhang Feng's answer also made Li Shimin and the others, who had just arrived at the door, hurriedly stop and listen carefully. Zhang Feng said, "In fact, it's very simple. I don't like to be watched by others, and I don't like to be manipulated by others. Instead of waiting to play tricks and schemes, it's better for me to do it myself, and return peace to all the people I care about. Therefore, in the next 1 month or even 2 months of urgent training, I will squeeze out all your potential in the shortest time possible, and then let you truly love you, and find the fighting method you are best at in the shortest time possible. For example, Iron Bull, you must not only display your own brute force, but also your stubborn nature, you must display it to the extreme. Public opinion is the most fatal weapon. You should have seen it yesterday. In fact, those methods of theirs were used by us, but we were not that shameless. It was also because of yesterday's matter that gave me a hint. If you want to stand firm, you have to be more shameless than the enemy. Sometimes, shamelessness is an extremely terrifying weapon." This made the faces of Li Shimin and the others turn black. They were about to enter the room, but were stopped by Wei Zheng. Li Shimin frowned, but after hearing Zhang Feng's next plan, he was even more shocked. He couldn't help but ask, "Feng Zi, is what you said true? If it's true, I will fully support you in this matter. I heard that you want 50 people for the whole team? I think it's a little too little. I'll give you 500 experts. How about it?" Chapter 14-15. Hearing this, Zhang Feng suddenly looked at the door and said in surprise, "My goodness, when did you get here? Have you found out anything about yesterday's incident?" As Li Shimin spoke, he hurried into the room with Wei Zhang and the others. He waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about it for now. Tell me about your plan." Zhang Feng repeated what he had said before. Li Shimin's eyes narrowed slightly and said, "According to what you said, you want to set up a spy in the Tang dynasty? Not just one spy, but a spy network." Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Wei Zhang hurriedly said, "No. Absolutely not. This is the Tang dynasty. If the emperor finds out about this, or if others find out about it, it will be a crime that will lead to the extermination of the whole family. Feng Zi, you have to think about it carefully. The emperor may not care about the special forces you want to set up, but have you ever thought that the emperor, the ministers, or those big clans don't have spies? Do you know what we found out about yesterday's incident?" Li Shimin was also a little confused at this time. He ignored Wei Zheng. Seeing this, Wei Zhang said, "Feng Zi, I know you have ideas and thoughts, but you should know that such a thing is not allowed in any dynasty or country, let alone in the Tang dynasty." Zhang Feng hurriedly interrupted Wei Zhang. He was almost led astray by Old Wei. He hurriedly said, "Old Wei, why does everything you say have something to do with the imperial court? My special force is actually the security team on the mountain, but it's for the outside world. Our industry is now spread all over Chong and many places near Chong'an. Moreover, the opening of the waterway also needs some security guards to maintain the normal business order, right? We don't participate in other things. We just want to prevent people from targeting us. What's wrong with that? Besides, it's not like we haven't done such things in Chang'an City before. Wei Zhang asked suspiciously, what are you talking about? It's the method that I mentioned before. We used to promote deep-fried locusts, bone-strengthening powder, and so on. What's more, what Tang and the others need to do now is to focus on the rumors of the 5 families and 7 major clans, Guanlong and Shandong landlords, and draw out the pair of big hands behind them. Only in this way can we ensure that Shao Mountain and even Chang'an City won't fall into chaos. Actually, this is also called diverting the disaster. Feng Xianling was a little confused and asked, then why did you let them do this? That's right, Feng Zi. If it's just creating rumors, these kids are all talented and can do it easily. Why do they need to learn these things? Yu Qigong and the others asked curiously. Zhang Feng nodded and said, you're all right. In fact, that's what this thing means. However, have you ever thought about it? Is it just to create rumors? What's the purpose of creating rumors? We're doing this because we want to find out the real culprit behind this. In the next quarter of an hour, I'll train them on their ability to resist attacks, their endurance, their reaction speed, their ability to distinguish positions by listening, and their ability to react quickly. These are all necessary skills, and they'll be able to settle down in the future. I don't need them to kill people. In fact, I'm doing this for them to protect themselves. Yes. Give them the ability to protect themselves. This time, everyone was in an uproar. Cheng Chumo and the others felt even more uncomfortable. These things seemed very simple. He knew all about sensitivity and so on. But what did it mean by protect themselves? Could it be? At this time, Li Shimon's expression became a little solemn. At the same time, he was also a little conflicted. This group of people, if successfully trained, would be very important to the imperial power in the imperial court. But the only bad thing was that if these people's identities were discovered, what would happen to the imperial court? What would happen to the big hand behind this? If all these were discovered to be Zhang Feng's idea, or if these people's faces were seen by others, then... Fengzi, why don't we do this later? I think it's too risky. Think about it, if these people are recognized, what will happen? Zhang Feng nodded and said, I know this. Li Shimon was stunned. If you know, then why do you still do it? Because I know, that's why I have to get them out. Have you ever thought about why I only want 50 people and not more? Li Shimon really didn't know about this. Zhang Feng looked around and said, in fact, I want to divide them into 5 teams. Tang Yo and the others will be the team leaders, and I'll specially make clothes, equipment, masks, and so on suitable for them. I want them to be the most terrifying existence in the world. Have you ever thought about how the emperor will feel if he knows about this? Li Shimon's voice fell. In an instant, everyone looked slightly surprised. They subconsciously looked at Zhang Feng, waiting for his answer. This time, the emperor seemed to be really angry. This was really a difficult thing to do. If it was not done well, the world would be in chaos. Zhang Feng spread out his hands and pointed at Cheng Chumo and the others. That's why I arranged 6 of them. The extra one will be the team leader of the special forces, and the team leader will be rotated every 3 months. Most importantly, why did I choose retired soldiers? Do you know the reason? Chapter 14:16. Who could guess what Zhang Feng was thinking? Hearing Zhang Feng's words at this time, Li Shimon was unhappy, but he still asked, what's your plan? Zhang Feng smiled faintly and said, these people have good qualities and are loyal to the emperor and patriotism. Although they have retired, they are still in contact with people in the army, such as superiors, brothers, and so on. Their existence will inevitably be passed to the emperor's ears. And if my guess is right, the emperor will not touch our people for the time being. Li Shimon's expression became a little strange and said, are you so sure? So sure. You don't believe me, Lao Li? Go and ask old Yu. This guy almost choked me to death last time when I wanted to build a fully automatic textile factory. Why did he do that? Don't you know that he sends a lot of materials to his brothers in the army every year? Hearing this, Li Shimon suddenly understood. Although he had known this for a long time and knew that this matter was fake, it was fake after all. At this time, Zhang Feng was telling the truth. Zhang Feng didn't wait for Li Shimon to ask and continued. In fact, they will think that they are just passing on the materials between brothers. But what they don't know is that these generals are the god of war of the Tang dynasty. How can they escape from their eyes and ears? Yuqigong, Niu Jinda, Chang Yaojin, and the others heard this and couldn't help but feel a little happy in their hearts. But the next moment, Zhang Feng said again, "And if they know these things, who will they tell? Of course it will be the emperor. These people are loyal to the emperor, which is not comparable to ordinary people. But these people also have a disadvantage, which is that they like to drink too much. When they drink, they like to quarrel, and when they quarrel, they like to scare and brag. If we want to keep this matter a secret, we'll have to rely on His Majesty's actions. Everything we've done has been done from the perspective of the Great Tang, so you can be at ease. His Majesty won't blame us and will only support us even more. Moreover, once we defeat this major clan, the one who will benefit the most will still be His Majesty." Do you think His Majesty is a fool? Does he really want to rush up and fight these big aristocratic families? Li Shimin wanted to laugh. "Is this how I am in your heart?" Li Shimin was speechless and asked, "This is just your guess. If the emperor knows this, why do you think he will choose to believe it? And what if other ministers, such as the civil officials, know it?" "Then you're thinking too much." Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Lao Li, you just don't pay attention to the court. Think about it, how many people in the court are profiting because of the salt, the trade with Zhenla, the beer, barbecue, and other things? These are all our things. At this time, they have long been used to this way of eating. Brewing beer, making salt, making braised meat, and removing the smell of pig's meat are all in our hands. How can they not think of the pros and cons? We're dealing with a common enemy. Only by killing all these guys can we truly make a fortune together. Old Li, do you think you'll end up like you because of those old foxes?" "There's also Lao Li." Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin on the shoulder and said, "You are really not suitable for business. But fortunately, you have Lao Li. Also, I found a good seedling for you. If you train him with all your strength, I believe that in less than 10 years, even if you don't want any title, you can stomp your feet in any country and the emperor will come running to invite you. Do you believe it?" "Haha." Li Shimin laughed with a fake smile. Hearing this, Zhang Feng wanted to slap him. Of course he was talking about the money string. However, this guy needed to be properly trained. He definitely couldn't do it here. With two beautiful fiancées around, others might not feel at ease, but he, Zhang Feng, couldn't. So at this time, teaching Xianxia was difficult. He thought he could use this opportunity to push him to Lao Li, but this old thing was too cunning and didn't take the bait at all. Zhang Feng could only say helplessly, "Actually, these are not important. The most important thing is that if the emperor wants to hold power and defeat these big clans, he has to stand with me. It's that simple. In addition, the Great Tang's economy is currently flourishing. How could His Majesty allow these great clans to sway? For example, during the autumn planting this time, the Wang clan suddenly cut off the ironware supply. If something like this happens again, then it will be an extremely terrifying existence." Hearing this, Li Shimin coughed confidently and said, "Fengzi, let me tell you a piece of good news. In Chang'an City, more than a dozen ironware shops and blacksmiths were all opened yesterday afternoon and today morning." "Huh?" Zhang Feng couldn't wrap his head around it. After a while he asked, "What you said, is it true? They really opened all of them?" Li Shimin spread his hands and said calmly, "Do I need to lie to you?" Zhang Feng heard this and was instantly dumbfounded. What the F***ck is this? Chapter 14:17. The ironware workshops in Chang, and were basically managed by the Ironware Bureau of the Agriculture Department of the Ministry of Works. No one knew whether it was good or bad that such a big problem occurred at this time. Shut it down. Then shut it down. But why would it be opened again at this time? What kind of operation was this? Everyone saw clearly what happened in Chang'an City yesterday. At this time, to open this thing in Chang'an City was to court death. What was the meaning of this? Was it deliberately aimed at them? Zhang Feng really didn't understand. At this time, to get all these people out, there was no doubt that there was a problem. Did the Wang family really want to confront them? Li Shimin saw Zhang Feng's doubts and gently waved his hand. Feng Xianling said, "Fengzi, do you know what the emperor found out since these shops opened yesterday and when we went up the mountain today?" Zhang Feng naturally didn't know, so he asked, "What did he find out?" Feng Xianling smiled faintly and inadvertently glanced at Li Shimin. Seeing that Li Shimin didn't speak, he said slowly, "There are other people behind these shops, but some of them are local people in Chang'an. When the farming season comes, these people will bring things to the fields to sell their farm tools, so. But not everyone is like this. This is just a part of them. Some of them also have farms in their families. I think there are strict rules in their laws. During the autumn planting season, no matter what happens, they can't affect or delay the planting. Those who violate the rules will be severely punished. And 5 of them are from the Wang family, but they are all collateral relatives of the Wang family. They have nothing to do with the Wang family." The last sentence was the key point. Zhang Feng couldn't help but frown deeply when he heard that. "You mean, the Wang family really doesn't know what happened in Chang'an City? That's too strange, isn't it? Think about it. This is the Wang family. And where was this place? After investigating so many things, almost all of them have the Wang clan's shadow. Look, after returning from Nantian, it was the iron mine that suddenly ran out of stock. Then, they went to the 4 major clans to cause trouble. Which one of them didn't have the Wang clan's shadow behind them? Now you're telling me that this wasn't done by the Wang family? Is this a joke?" Zhang Feng suspected that Lao Li had been bribed by the Wang family. Who couldn't see such an obvious thing? Most importantly, the Wang family had always been in contact with them the most. They were also the most suspicious. At this time, no matter who it was, the Wang family had nothing to do with this matter. Zhang Feng could only respond with a chuckle. However, he never thought that it would be Lao Li's son who told him about this. This was what surprised him the most. "Lao Li, what benefits did the Wang family give you to make you speak for them like this?" Li Shimin shook his head and sighed. If only that were the case. Think about it, what benefits does the Wang family get by targeting us, the emperor, and the people of the world? This is a criminal law that even a 3-year-old child knows about. Do you think the Wang clan's people don't know? At first, I also suspected that the Wang clan was behind all this. However, when Lord Zhang's son personally showed me the results of the investigation last night, I realized that the Wang family seemed to be pushed out by someone, just like Kong Yingda. Ha! Zhang Feng's hair stood on end when he heard that. The Wang clan was pushed out to be a shield? How was that possible? Who was so charming that the Wang clan was willing to be a shield? For a moment, Zhang Feng felt that this hand seemed to be too big. From the war at the border, to some people in the imperial court, to the 5 families and 7 clans, to the nobles in Shandong. Could it be? Zhang Feng's expression changed instantly. Could it be that the people in Guanlong were also instructed by them? But they were unintentionally destroyed by him, and he even got his allies, which made this mysterious person angry out of humiliation. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng suddenly understood. It seemed that everything made sense. From the incident in Nantian to the return to Chang'an, these things seemed to have just begun to brew. All of this really seemed like revenge. When he thought of this, the question returned to the original starting point. Was this manipulated by someone? Or what? Otherwise, why would these shops that didn't belong to the same power choose to open at the same time overnight? It didn't make sense at all. And most importantly, after what happened in Chang'an City yesterday, no one would choose to open at this time, right? Zhang Feng's face gradually became gloomy. He said lightly, "I understand. This is a threat." Li Shimin nodded. "You're right. I didn't notice it before, but this morning I figured out why these people chose to open at the same time yesterday, and why the power behind the Mi family, Bai family, Tang family, and Gao family didn't do anything." As he spoke, Li Shimin said with a grave expression, "Fengzi, have you ever thought that these people might have been fabricated by someone? In fact, how could there be any nobles behind them?" Chapter 14:18. In fact, Zhang Feng had already thought of Li Shimin's idea just now. However, this matter was too mysterious. Zhang Feng himself didn't believe it. How could such a thing happen? But now that Li Shimin said this, Zhang Feng's expression couldn't help but stagnate. Zhang Feng's expression was extremely solemn. He didn't speak. He sat there and smoked while thinking about things. After thinking for a while, he said, "You're right. I also thought about it. But don't you think that if this matter is really as you said, it's too scary?" What are you talking about? Why are you so anxious? Fengzi, just tell me, who do you want to beat up?
I'll find someone to beat him up now. Chang Yaojin couldn't stand it. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to beat someone up. Feng Xianling hurriedly pulled Chang Yaojin back and said, "Old Hey, calm down first. This matter has to be done slowly. Now we don't even know who is causing trouble. How are we going to deal with it? Who do we beat up? Tell me about it. You can't beat up whoever you don't like, right? It's still better than being cooped up here. This is 2F** King frustrating," Chang Yaojin said indignantly. Zhang Feng didn't know that this was a provocation. He said speechlessly, "I say, old Chen, if you want to find an excuse, can't you find a better one? It's not fun to play like this." "Well, since you said this, then I'll explain it to you. In fact, this matter will be solved eventually. But as for how to solve it, that's secondary. Aren't I building a special team now? When my special forces team is done, there won't be any monsters to hide." Chang Yaojin curled his lips and said, "With your people, the dishes will be cold by the time you're done." Li Shimin nodded slightly and glared at Chang Yaojin. Chang Yaojin immediately shut up. In fact, Li Shimin had been worried about this for a long time. When he was outside the door, Li Shimin heard his conversation and knew some of the ways and means. 2 months. Within these 2 months, it could happen at any time. It couldn't wait for 2 months. Seeing this, Zhang Feng glanced at Li Shimin and said, "I really underestimated you." "Yes, I do have a plan that I haven't told you." Li Shimin guessed that Zhang Feng had other plans. He hurriedly asked, "Then tell me, what do you think?" Zhang Feng gestured for everyone to sit down, then slowly said, "Actually, Tainyo and the others really need to go and train. This is the last step, the last step. They will only be used as a last resort. At the very least, they will be able to form a fighting force after 2 months. Only then will they be able to determine victory and defeat. During this period, we have to find the mastermind behind this. I have a terrible intuition that this mastermind's plot may not be simple." Li Shimin's face suddenly changed. From the border issue to the arms smuggling, and to some things that could be manipulated in Chang'an, it seemed that this mastermind's plot was not small. But it didn't seem to be a big deal, right? But this matter revealed a hint of strangeness. Everything was too coincidental. Coincidentally, right after the Tang dynasty dealt with the food shortage, there was a border war, which scattered most of the Tang dynasty's forces. Even more coincidentally, India and the Turks suddenly formed an alliance at this time, not to target the Tang dynasty, nor Tubo and other countries. Instead, they chose a remote place, Zhenla. What was their intention? Zhenla was surrounded. He had guessed that the emperor would send troops to help. If the emperor didn't send troops, Zhenla and the Potato Kingdom would think that they had no ability to estimate their allies. Once this idea was formed, it would instantly damage the reputation of the Tang dynasty. In this case, it could easily cause the prestige of the Tang dynasty to be damaged. Shirwei, Goguryeo, Zhenla, Tubo, Tuyuhun, and other countries in the north would instantly panic. If anything happened to the Tang dynasty, they would definitely send troops at the first moment. What was his intention? As he thought of this, Li Shimin hurriedly asked, "Fengzi, what do you think this mysterious person or mysterious thing is scheming?" Imperial power. Zhang Feng really didn't want to say this word. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to say it out loud. After all, if the emperor were to find out about it, or if other people with ulterior motives were to hear it, he would be completely finished. This wasn't talking about imperial politics, it was courting death. The current crown prince, Li Changqian, or Li Tai could be the culprit. But he had heard that Li Tai was only 6 or 7 years old. What would a child like him know? As for Li Changqian, although there was indeed a case of Li Changqian usurping the throne in history, it was because of Li Tai. But there was no need for him to make preparations so early, right? And that Hou Junji didn't seem to be doing much at this time. Zhang Feng had seen Hou Junji before, so he paid close attention to him. This man was the main culprit behind Li Changqian's coup. But given the current situation of the Tang dynasty, as long as Hou Junji wasn't a fool, he wouldn't allow Li Changqian to jump out at this time. Moreover, these matters were far too complicated. Zhang Feng had thought that the mastermind behind the scenes might be Hou Junji. After all, this man had once been a famous scholar, and his son had a rather high prestige in the military.
The reason he had bravely retreated to protect himself was because he wanted to support Crown Prince Li Chengqian. But, at present, Hou Junji didn't seem to have the ability to make the people of the 5 clans and 7 clans and the nobles of Shandong listen to his orders. And there was also the problem of the border. He was Hou Junji. What ability did he have to lay down such a terrifying net? Was he worthy? Chapter 14:19. Alas! Zhang Feng rubbed his head with a headache. He really couldn't figure out who had such great ability to do such an awesome step. Damn it, it was impossible to succeed. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that all of this was really impossible. After all, the probability of success was almost 0. Could it be that several forces joined forces? Just like Guanlong and the people of the 5 surnames and 7 clans supported Li Yuan to overthrow Yangguang? Zhang Feng had an even bigger headache at this time. He rubbed his temples and said, forget it, forget it. Let's not think about it. It's not good for us to guess blindly here. After all, even if the sky falls, there are still tall people to hold it up for us. Li Shimin didn't like to hear this. Why did you stop at the critical moment? I've already prepared, and you're telling me this? Li Shimin said speechlessly, Fengzi, just say it. Although there is a tall person to hold it up. Could it be that the tall person you're talking about is the emperor? Zhang Feng nodded. Yes, who else do you think has such ability? Li Shimin was immediately unhappy. What the hell was this? He hurriedly said, don't be like this. Tell me, what is your guess? Fang Xianling and the others also looked at Zhang Feng anxiously. If Zhang Feng could really guess the person or direction, then they would have a direction to pursue. They wouldn't be led by the nose like now, right? Zhang Feng looked at everyone strangely and said, I think there's something wrong with your heads. The emperor hasn't said anything. What are you shouting for? And wasn't yesterday's lesson enough? You want to find trouble for me again today, right? Li Shimin's face stiffened when he heard this. While coughing, he kicked Fang Xianling and Wei Zhang, making them pretend that they didn't notice. They lowered their heads and pondered. Li Shimin had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, aren't we just chatting for fun? Besides, what's the big deal if you say it roughly? We still have some precautions, don't we? It's better than not knowing anything, right? If we really encounter a problem at that time, it will be too late even if we want to pull down our businesses. This loss, sigh. Li Shimin poured out a lot of bitter water. To put it bluntly, he just wanted Zhang Feng to say 1, 2, 3. He knew that Zhang Feng must have known something. But this was also a coincidence. Zhang Feng really wasn't acting tough this time. He really didn't expect this. But Li Shimin didn't believe it. Zhang Feng couldn't help but want to slap himself. Alright, don't think too much. This time, I really didn't know what went wrong. And I really didn't know who was behind it. If I knew who was behind it, do you think I, Zhang Feng, would still be sitting here right now? Li Shimin sighed in disappointment. Things were back to square one. This undoubtedly made him feel even more depressed. He thought that Zhang Feng really knew who was behind it, but now it seemed that Zhang Feng didn't know the specifics. It seemed that this kid didn't know as much as I did this time. Li Shimin was a little happy. After all, it was rare to see Zhang Feng suffer. Looking at Zhang Feng, Li Shimin smacked his lips and said, Fengzi, didn't you just say that you wanted Li Gan and the others to get some gunpowder? What kind of operation is this? Right. At the mention of this, Li Shimin instantly remembered that Zhang Feng seemed to have said that there was still something to do. He hurriedly said, didn't you just say that Tai Niu and the others were the last step? What about before that? It can't be that you want Gan and the others to use gunpowder, right? Zhang Feng wanted to say something, but seeing Li Shimin's annoying look, he finally held back. After a while, he said, do you think that gunpowder is a wild vegetable by the roadside? That it will come as you say? That thing is prepared for Chotzi. Once it is delivered to Chotzi, it will set the beginning of our plan for the trade route. And the decisive power of this war has nothing to do with our plan. Don't even think about it. This thing is a hot potato. Whoever holds it will suffer. Later, I will make this thing and you will send it to the palace tonight. This thing will be a headache for the emperor. Also, during this period, I remember that Li Gan has a group of powerful people under him. Do you know Lao Li? Hearing this, Wei Zhang and the others were secretly shocked. Could it be that the crown prince was gathering power in the imperial court? Li Shimon's expression gradually became serious. He glanced at Wei Zhang and the others, then looked into Zhang Feng's eyes and asked, Fengzi, who told you about this? Why don't I know about it? What ability does he have to gather a group of powerful people? It is nothing more than a group of stubborn sons. Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, You misunderstood. I know that he can't hold a court meeting. What I mean is, does he know some hooligans in Chang'an City? I say, you mean Qian or those spies in the city? Zhang Feng nodded and said, That's right. Same old rules. If Li Gan has such connections, I believe that your connections are even wider. What I want is your connections. Use the old ways to spread rumors about me. Chapter 14:20. The eyes of Li Shimon and the others lit up in an instant. That's right. An eye for an eye. In this case, as long as the momentum was built up, they really had a chance to get something out of these people. After all, villains were hard to guard against. Zhang Feng said again, In fact, it's easy to understand. Everyone is very tight-lipped, especially about this kind of thing. But it doesn't mean that everyone will be so tight-lipped. And the most important thing is that they always have a maid or some subordinates, right? As long as we change the direction of the spearhead, it's easy to get some clues. In the past, we always looked at the sky. Now, let's not look at the sky anymore. The things in the sky have already been killed by them. Now we only need to look at the ground. The water on the ground and the mud will leave a trace of their footprints, right? As long as we follow the footprints, it will always be easier. But this is also a matter of risk. Li Shimon was listening with great interest. At this time, when he heard Zhang Feng's words, he couldn't help but feel as if he had fallen into an abyss. He already had some ideas. At this time, when Zhang Feng said this, Li Shimon asked subconsciously, What's the risk? Isn't it just a matter of a sentence? For him, this was not even an imperial edict. Not to mention the crown prince, there were hundreds of spies in Chang, and under his command. And this kind of rumor had been around since the locusts. At this time it seemed to be the best way to use this. What these people did was somewhat similar to what Zhang Feng said. If they could find clues, they would basically erase them. Now it was really impossible to find clues from this. Thinking about it, Li Shimon said anxiously, Fengzi, are you worried that if this matter gets out of hand, it will arouse the emperor's anger? Zhang Feng nodded and said, Indeed. After all, this is under the emperor's rule. We have to be careful if we do something here. If someone tells the emperor and impeaches us, then, even if we have the support of Lord Zhang's son, the emperor will probably be angry. It's fine, it's fine. Lord Zhang's son told me about this method today. His Majesty seems to have the same idea, but it's just an idea. Now that you said it, I think it's feasible. Zhang Feng was surprised. You mean the emperor also has the same idea? Yes. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Zhang Feng glared and said, All right, since we've discussed it, there's no need to continue. After all, I don't know if there are any spies on the mountain. I'm prepared to make a big deal about Tang and the others. At the very least, I want everyone on the mountain to know that they are just a cover. They are the ones who are stirring up trouble on the surface. The ones who spread the rumors in Chang'an City are the main ones. Once they find clues, I will let Tang and the others take action. Didn't you say that the iron mine has recovered? If that's the case, it means that our people on Mount Longsho have found the ore. This is a good thing. This way, I can speed up the forging workshop on the mountain. At the same time, I won't let Li Gan and the rest leave the mountain for the time being. Once the phosphate fertilizer technology is confirmed and the phosphate fertilizer factory is set up, they will devote all their efforts to the research and development of this technology. The Research Institute. This was the lifeline of White Deer College. Rather than saying that Zhang Feng had built an academy, it was more accurate to say that the entire academy was a channel for the Research Institute to provide fresh blood. It was also a pretense. Once these people focused their attention on the academy itself, they would not be able to do anything. Only then would he have the chance to stir up trouble under their noses. For example, this bomb. This was the most important thing at the moment. Once he confirmed it, at the very least, there would be no wars at the border for the time being. Once it was delayed until the next spring, when the grains were harvested, everything would be much easier. With grains in hand, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for them to attack wherever they wanted? Now, All the food was concentrated in the hands of the wealthy families. There weren't many fields that belonged to the commoners. Zhang Feng didn't want to reform the farmland system. That would be courting death. Think about how Wang Mang died in history. This was a lesson learned from the mistakes of the past. This phosphate fertilizer project almost caused him to fail. When the time came, would he have to change the farmland system? Even if His Majesty agreed, would the other civil and military officials agree? It wasn't impossible to get them to agree. As long as their granaries were filled and their food became common goods, they would only worry about having more fields. To put it bluntly, it was still a lack of food. Once there was more food, how could there be such a problem? 10,000 miles. How could such a thing happen? Once he thought of Qian Wanli, Zhang Feng's expression darkened. Li Shimin also noticed the change in Zhang Feng's expression. He didn't know how to comfort him. He only sighed and said, "Don't think about this anymore. We'll talk about it when we find the mastermind." "All right, Fengzi, tell me. This phosphate fertilizer really has such a miraculous effect. Also, what exactly is that thing you planted in the East Court?" Chapter 14:21. Zhang Feng was stunned. His expression changed in an instant. "You went to my East Court?" Li Shimin shook his head again and again. He pointed at Niu Jinda and said, "I don't know. Ask him." In one sentence, he completely betrayed Niu Jinda. Niu Jinda was depressed. But who asked him to be the emperor? Niu Jinda had no choice but to bite the bullet and say with a smile, "Well, last time, when he saw that the tiger leg was slightly better, he wanted to go and thank you. But we heard that you went down the mountain and thought that you were in your residence, so we went to visit you. But we didn't know what gift to bring, so we brought you a calligraphy and painting." That kid was very curious. He couldn't sit still and wanted to wander around the courtyard, saying that he wanted to breathe fresh air. In the end, he saw the old man at the entrance of the East Court. Niu Jinda knew that this matter could not be hidden, and he also wanted to know what that thing was. Even the imperial physician did not know what it was. It showed how precious this thing was. It had already happened. What could Zhang Feng say? He glared at Niu Jinda speechlessly and said, "Old Niu, I really didn't hide this matter. That thing is actually an experiment. I don't know if it will work. And the seed of that thing, as far as the current situation is concerned, there are only a few of us in the entire Tang dynasty. As for whether there are other places, I don't know. In short, I got it from a merchant in the western regions. I heard that it floated over from the other side of the sea." At this time, if Zhang Feng's history was true, then the magical potato should still be in America. And there was only one place that could float over from the sea. It must have come from the Strait of Sherway, from North America all the way across the sea, or because of a typhoon. This was the only explanation that could be found now. Then, it was obtained by these merchants as a treasure. But this thing was bitter raw, so no one knew what it was. It floated all the way to the western regions. In the end, it fell into Zhang Feng's hands. How many coincidences must there be for such a miraculous thing to happen? What if this thing got soaked in the seawater and became rotten? What if this thing sprouted along the way? That was the most amazing thing. After a series of coincidences, it fell into Zhang Feng's hands. It would be strange if Zhang Feng didn't treat it as a treasure. Zhang Feng explained, "This thing's scientific name is potato. It's a rare treasure in No. 1 middle school. As for how precious it is, I can't tell you for the time being. Anyway, I'll give you a surprise when the time comes." Seeing that Zhang Feng was unwilling to say, Li Shimin had no choice but to treat him as a treasure. Something that Zhang Feng treasured so much must be a treasure. But as for how precious it was, that was unknown. But in Li Shimin's opinion, no matter how precious it was, it shouldn't be like this, right? He didn't take it seriously and shook his head. That potato, did it also use this phosphate fertilizer? Zhang Feng nodded. "Didn't you all see it? Since you've seen it, why are you still asking me? Okay, don't ask anymore. If I say that phosphate fertilizer is useful, it's really useful. If there's nothing else, I'll go and do the experiment now. I'll try to get this thing done in a short time. All right, Lao Li, have you found the factory I asked you to find?" Li Shimin saw that Zhang Feng brought the question back to the main topic and sighed. "It's done. Didn't old Niu find the phosphate stone mine at the south foot of Longsho Mountain? I'm going to build the factory there.
Behind that place is the royal plantation. Further south is the Daming Palace in Chang'an City. It's also the most heavily guarded place in Chang'an. Under normal circumstances, there won't be any problems. As for the factory, I've already found someone to build it. But that place is too barren. There's not even water. Are you sure you want to put it there? No water. Zhang Feng was stunned. Water was an important step in the extraction of phosphate fertilizer. If there was no water, it would be troublesome. Zhang Feng thought for a while and asked, I remember that there's water on Longzhou Mountain, right? I have a map here. Take a look at it first. Li Shimin took out a map from his arms. This was a detailed map of the entire area from Daming Palace to Longzhou Mountain. However, this was a map that Li Shimin redrew after removing some important military advisors. Zhang Feng looked at the mountains and ravines on the map and couldn't help but frown slightly. The map was very detailed. The names and directions of the mountains were clearly marked on it. The area with the phosphate stone in the south foot of Longzhou Mountain wasn't big. It was just a mountain that extended to the royal plantation on the main peak of Longzhou Mountain. Perhaps it was because the soil and water here was too fertile that the emperor chose to build the royal plantation here? As for the area where the phosphate stone was located, although it was a stretch of sloping land, there wasn't a single river or canal. Perhaps this was why the emperor didn't choose to build the royal plantation here even though it was more fertile. Instead, he chose another place. This was difficult to handle. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel somewhat distressed. Chapter 14:22. However, there was no water, so there was no way to make it. Moreover, the toxicity of this thing was too great. This piece of land was a wasteland. There was no trace of people within 100 miles. It was a natural barrier. It was a good choice to build the phosphate fertilizer factory here. If the factory was moved and the poisonous gas leaked out, it would be bad. It might even give people a reason to talk about it. Seeing Zhang Feng frowning, Li Shimin came forward and asked, Take a look. What do you think of this place? If it doesn't work, just move it 10 miles south to the Longzhou Canal. No. Zhang Feng interrupted Li Shimin and said, Lao Li, this thing can only be here. You know how important this thing is. Once people know too much about it, it will be fatal. Moreover, the raw stone of this thing is poisonous. If something happens to the palace, none of us will be able to handle it. Moreover, although the place is good and the transportation is convenient, this is also the drawback. Actually, this method of making phosphate fertilizer is not complicated. Anyone who learns it will be able to do it. Do you think that this business will be learned by others? At this moment, Li Shimin suddenly came to his senses. Then, tell me without water. What do we do? Zhang Feng snapped his fingers and said, Actually, there is a way to do this thing. Think about it. Who am I? I am Zhang Feng. Li Shimin rolled his eyes. If you have something to say, just say it. What time is it now? Are you still bragging? Zhang Feng was shocked by Li Shimin's words, but he was not angry. He chuckled and said, Now you know why I asked Li Gan and the rest to stay and do this, right? As he spoke, Zhang Feng shouted at the door, Shiva, go and call Li Gan and Du Bing over. I have something to tell them. Not long after, Li Chengqian and Du Go came in, but they looked reluctant. They had just heard everything from Shiva. Why was he calling them over now? Wasn't it because he wanted them to go to that place? Who would want to go to such a desolate and uninhabited place? However, he still had to enter the door. The emperor and other officials were present, so he did not dare to act rashly. As soon as he entered the door, Zhang Feng said with a smile, I remember that I asked you guys to make me a water wheel when the workshop just started, right? Li Chengqian was shocked when he heard this. If Zhang Feng hadn't mentioned it today, he would have forgotten about it long ago. Moreover, he had thought that Zhang Feng was joking about it. And how long had it been since Zhang Feng had mentioned it? Who would take it seriously? Besides, wasn't that a joke? If this thing could really be set up from the ground and made the water flow from the bottom to the top, would they still be here? Furthermore, this thing, damn it. How could this be done by a human? Li Shimin was also confused. They all stared at Zhang Feng, wanting to see what tricks he was going to play. Seeing Li Chengqian and Du go like this, Zhang Feng said, During this period of time, you guys have learned about physics and air and water resistance, right?
Li Chengqian did not know what Zhang Feng wanted to ask, so he nodded subconsciously and said, "Almost. Then I'll rely on you guys." How does water move? It moves according to the natural laws of gravity and geology. What's water pressure? Water pressure is... What's atmospheric pressure? Zhang Feng interrogated them carefully. Li Chengqian and Du Go could answer fluently, which made Du Ruhui and Li Shimin very excited. They stroked their beards and nodded calmly. It was as if this was how it was. After Zhang Feng interrogated them, he asked, "Since you guys have understood this principle, I'll give you a task now. Bring water from the lake to all the villas and complete this project within 10 days. How about it?" The water I'm talking about is to pass through the second-floor balcony of the villas, and then the water will have to return to the lake. Are you confident? This, Li Chengqian and Du Go were sweating profusely. If you were talking about ordinary water diversion, you could just dig a canal and complete it in less than 10 days. But you want to pass through the second-floor balcony of the villas? The two of them subconsciously looked at the second floor of the villa opposite the window. Then they looked at Hu in the distance and were stunned. Although this seemed simple, it was more difficult than passing water to the workshop. Li Chengqian said with a sobbing tone, "Fengzi, why don't we go and connect the water to the workshop? This is too difficult. Think about it, although the lake is high up, this villa area is at least 10 feet above the lake. How can this work?" Zhang Feng ignored Li Chengqian's complaints and said, "Oh right, I forgot one thing. That is, from the lake to here, you are not allowed to dig a canal on the ground. Moreover, you have to bring a separate canal to the academy's dormitory area. The time limit is still 10 days. If you can complete the test, I'll give each of you a composite bow." "No, I can't do it. This is not something a human can do." Li Chengqian and Du Go could not help but complain. Li Shimin coughed and said with a cold voice, "These are the things you learned in the mountains during this period of time? This is also my test. If you can complete what Fengzi said within 10 days, get lost along Yu Road." Chapter 14:23. Li Shimin didn't understand what Zhang Feng was going to do at first. Sometimes it was to draw water to the workshop. Sometimes it was to ask them about aerodynamics, hydrodynamics, and so on. Although he didn't understand these things, he always felt that it seemed to be something very awesome. And Li Shimin was quite satisfied with Li Chengqian's answer just now. This was his son. This was what the crown prince of the Tang dynasty should have. But when Zhang Feng asked them to take action, they were stumped. What was the difference between this and an embroidered pillow? This was what made Li Shimin angry the most. As long as you guys put in a little more effort, how is this thing difficult? How is it difficult? You understood the things in the book, but you still didn't know how to tinker with that thing. What was the difference between this and an armchair strategist? After all this time, this finally happened. How could Li Shimin not be angry? Chen Yaojin and the others also looked at Li Chengqian with smiles, but when they saw Li Shimin looking over, they hurriedly put on a straight face and said in a serious voice, "This is a good thing. Although I don't know what this thing is, once it is made, it will definitely be a good thing that will leave a mark in history. Think about it, since ancient times, who can make water flow from a low place to a high place? So, just now I was thinking that since Fengzi asked you to do it, you must have a certain degree of confidence. Didn't you just say that this thing doesn't seem to be difficult for you? Don't make your father uncomfortable. The sooner you make this thing, the sooner the phosphate fertilizer factory can start working. This is all money." Yes, old Hay is right. Qian. Do you still remember what you said to me when you came to Fengzi? Li Shimin also gave advice. In an instant, Du Ruhui, Wei Zhang, and the others also gave advice to Li Chengqian and Li Chengqian. Their meaning was clear. They had to do this thing whether they wanted to or not. Moreover, from the few words spoken by these people, the meaning that flowed out was already very clear. At a time like this thing is a lifesaver. Once it's produced, it will benefit everyone. In any case, the entire Great Tang will be yours. If you create this wonderful thing that benefits both the country and the people, your prestige in the court will soar. Once you ascend to the throne in the future, you'll be able to do so. That would be a lot of benefits. Anyway, to put it bluntly, even if you want to go, you still have to go. Everyone said so, and Zhang Feng, who deserved a beating, didn't say anything. He just looked at them with a smile. What could he say? Li Chengqian could only cup his fists and clench his teeth as he said, "Then,
This student will go and prepare now.
As they spoke, Li Chengqian and Du Go hurriedly slipped away. If they stayed any longer, they would be driven mad. Although they also knew that this thing was definitely related to the phosphate mine on Longsho Mountain, how could such a thing be produced? Wasn't this a fantasy? Once they went out, the two of them looked listlessly at the lake under the waterfall in the distance, and couldn't help but sigh again. "De Bing, do you think this thing is King Fengzi, that bastard tricking us?" Du Go looked behind him. After seeing that there was no one, he said bitterly, "I suspect that this is a trap set by them. How could they do this?" "I have something to say." At this time, a timid voice sounded weakly behind them. The two of them were so scared that they trembled. Turning his head to look, he saw the kid that Zhang Feng brought back squatting at the corner of the wall, weaving straw sandals. Beside him was a fat goat licking his straw sandals. Moreover, it had even bitten a hole in it. This person was Chen Wanli's silly younger brother. He was picked up by Zhang Feng. He was very quiet, as if he didn't exist. At this time, seeing him speak, Li Chengqian waved his hand impatiently, and didn't intend to pay attention to him. At this time, Xianxia said, "Actually, water can flow upwards. I remember that on the Longsho Canal in Chang'an City, there's a big water wheel. What do you know? What does that thing have to do with this?" Li Chengqian's voice couldn't be lowered. He was already upset. Previously, when Zhang Feng arranged that kind of training, he was already unhappy. He also wanted to go. But Zhang Feng arranged for him to do this troublesome experiment. All he had to do was deal with these bottles and cans. How could it be as cool as brandishing a knife and wielding a gun? And the conversation between Li Chengqian and Xianxia was clearly heard by the few people in the living room. At this time, seeing Li Chengqian speak, Zhang Feng was a little surprised by Xianxia's behavior, but he still couldn't help but walk out of the room. He squatted beside Xianxia and asked, "How did you know?" "I heard about it. And I also heard that there are marines. When people were in Tongzhou, they saw this thing in the farmland. When you mentioned it just now, I guessed it." Zhang Feng patted Xianxia's shoulder, then looked at the listless Li Chengqian and Chen Wanli. He said with a smile, "Li Chengqian, I order you now as the dean. In these 10 days, listen to Xianxia's opinion on everything related to this thing. And from now on, he's your brother. Within a month, teach him how to read and teach him the basic knowledge related to physics. Once you do that, I'll agree to one of your requests." "Also," Zhang Feng smiled and said, "Xianxia has already told you the answer." "That's right, the thing I'm talking about is actually linked to the water wheel. Think about it carefully. 10 days is plenty of time." Li Chengqian smacked his lips. He looked at Xianxia, then looked at Zhang Feng who had entered the room. He suddenly felt like crying. Chapter 14:24. Li Chengqian wanted to cry. Looking at Xianxia, who was squatting in the corner, he felt like he was in Tesco. "I am the crown prince, okay? I am Li Chengqian, the current crown prince. You want me to learn from a fool? Learn what?" "Sigh." Li Chengqian slapped his eyes, took a deep breath, and waved his hand. "De bingo. Invite your junior brother back to our villa." After Li Chengqian and the other two left, in the room, Wei Zhang and the others looked at Zhang Feng strangely. Then they looked at Li Shimin, who looked a little unhappy, and did not dare to say anything. Let the current crown prince communicate with a fool. This is probably the first time in history that such a weirdo has happened, right? Even storytellers would not dare to say this. Li Shimin was a little embarrassed. Looking at Zhang Feng, who was in a daze while making the customized map, he asked, "Fengzi, I know that you have been a little upset recently because of that Qian Wanli, but you don't have to push his younger brother away like this, right? If you think it's okay, I'll go find someone and let him live a rich life. How about that?" Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin and said with a faint smile, "If you don't want your family to fall, then you can choose this. Do you think that I, Zhang Feng, am blind? That I can bring anyone to the mountain?" Li Shimin and the other dukes' faces suddenly changed. Zhang Feng's words were simply disrespectful. Li Shimin asked, "What do you mean by this?" Zhang Feng put the map into his pocket. It was obvious that he had no intention of returning it to Li Shimin. He said, "Xianxia, I have a feeling that in less than 10 years, the entire Tang dynasty, at least in the business world, will not be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him.
What's the point of having a family name? When that time comes, we won't even be able to see his back. That's why I brought him up the mountain. Li Gan and the others aren't interested in the business world, so it's understandable that you want Li Gan to take over your legacy. But have you ever thought that you're handing over such a big business to someone they don't like? Even if I'm there to support it in the future, what if I go somewhere else when the time comes? What will happen to him? Li Shimin's eyes narrowed. He looked at the door and asked, "So you're saying that this kid is a prodigy in the business world?" Zhang Feng nodded his head. Unique. Li Shimin was shocked. This was the first time he had received such praise from Zhang Feng. He had indeed seen Zhang Feng praise people before, but he had never seen Zhang Feng praise a person as a unique existence. Even Chen Wanli had not received such high praise. When he thought of Chen Xiang'er's silly look, Li Shimin could not help but go crazy. How could such a person be considered a business genius? That was simply the injustice of the heavens. Zhang Feng also saw the confusion on Li Shimin and the others' faces. He smiled and said, "Don't be fooled by his appearance. Although this kid looks a little foolish, this kind of person is the most terrifying. Previously, when I was in the Qian family, I also inadvertently discovered his talent in business. Perhaps this is the reason why people who don't walk the same path will not enter the same house? This kid wasn't born properly. He's an illegitimate child. However, he learned from his mother that his father is a businessman. If he wants to return home, he must be recognized. Moreover, his mother's life is actually quite miserable. Moreover, this kid was born with some brain problems in the eyes of others. So naturally, he would be forgotten by the Chen family. In addition, this kid was stimulated by the death of his mother in his early years. This is even more incredible. But as the saying goes, when God closes a door for you, he will open a window for you. This kid is like this. Although he is a little silly, but in the business world, it can be said that you, Lao Li, will be hung up and beaten if you were to ask him now." Although Li Shimin was not a real businessman, he also planned to firmly grasp the business power in his hands. Was this kid really as terrifying as Zhang Feng said? If this was the case, there was one thing that Zhang Feng did not say, but everyone understood. That was this kid was a little silly. This was the easiest to control. Once he recognized a person, it was almost impossible for a second person to walk into his heart in this lifetime. This was also a point that Li Shimin slightly realized after studying Zhang Feng's psychological book and adding this time. At this time, Li Shimin was really looking forward to it. After 10 days, would it give him a surprise? If so, then in the future. Chapter 1425. Li Chengqian and Du Go spent a lot of effort to convince Qian Guang'er and invite him into the villa. This kid was stubborn. Other than Zhang Feng, he didn't believe anyone else. However, Zhang Feng had given them a strict order. They had no choice but to invite Qian Guang'er into the villa as if he was their ancestor. Inside the villa, Cheng Chumo and the others were really excitedly discussing the training this time. They were even shirtless. The entire living room was foggy, mixed with the smell of sweat. That feeling. It felt good. However, when they saw Li Chengqian and Du Go bring Qian Guang'er in with a gloomy face, they couldn't help but instantly quiet down. Cheng Chumo also hurriedly put on his clothes and asked, "I say, didn't you guys go to see Fengzi? What's the situation?" Du Go pointed at Qian Guang'er and said, "Do you still remember the time when Fengzi asked us to get water for the workshop?" Who didn't remember this? Everyone remembered? However, it had been a long time and they had forgotten. Now that Du Go said this, they suddenly remembered. Cheng Chumo widened his eyes in surprise and asked, "What? Fengzi, do you still remember this?" Du Go looked at Li Chengqian's gloomy face and hurriedly called the timid Qian Guang'er to the side. He let him sit in the corner and eat snacks. Then he said, "Yes. However, this time, he asked us to connect all the water in the villa area and the school dormitory area from the lake." When Cheng Chumo heard this, he didn't have much reaction. He nodded and said, "This is very simple. Tomorrow, I'll find a few people to dig a canal. Isn't that enough? You're so worried just because of this?" Simple? Du Go was speechless as he stared at Cheng Chumo. Cheng Chumo sniffed and said, "Isn't that simple? If it's so simple, would he still be Fengzi?" Li Chengqian sighed and said, "What he means is that we're not allowed to dig enough canals. Within 10 days,
We have to connect the water in the lake to the second-floor balconies of all the villas. Then, we have to go around the dormitory area and return to the lake.
Hearing this, in an instant, everyone exploded. Bad day? Crazy. F***CK. Instantly.
Cheng Chumo and the others were dumbfounded.
Mother***, are they crazy? How could he possibly succeed in this matter? Wasn't this intentional?
Wei Shuyu pointed at the string of money and said, "Then what does this kid do?" Du Go sighed and said, "When we went out, this kid said something about using the water wheel. Feng Zi came out and told us to bring him along."
Water wheel?
In an instant, everyone was stunned. They had seen a lot of water wheels. And he thought of many things in an instant. But at this time, using the principle of the water wheel to bring water to the villa?
Or the second floor?
Everyone couldn't help but glance at the top floor of the villa. It should be at least 10 feet tall, right? Although the lake was higher than the villa, the height of the villa, how could the water be directed to the second floor of the villa? And on the second floor of all the villas? A water wheel was indeed possible, but how big would it have to be to do that? This was simply impossible to accomplish. They couldn't help but look at Xianxia, who was hiding aside and eating snacks while secretly sizing them up. Wei Shuyu slowly walked forward, squatted beside Xianxia, and asked, "Just now you said that it can be done with a water wheel?" Xianxia instinctively shrank back, glanced at Wei Shuyu, and then looked at Cheng Chumo in fear, and stammered timidly, "Well, it can be done, and it only needs 2 water wheels and some water troughs." Water troughs?
2 water wheels? Could this work?
In an instant, Li Chengqian's face changed. So did everyone else. They really learned a lot of basic physics knowledge such as aerodynamics and hydrodynamics, and they knew many of them like the back of their hand. The most important thing was that they all knew about water wheels. They all had such things in their houses. But at this time, thinking of this, in an instant, everyone was suddenly enlightened. Li Chengqian looked at Xianxia in shock and asked, "Xiang, tell me honestly, Fengzi told you all this in advance, right?" Xianxia was trembling from Li Chengqian's expression and aura at this time. She shivered behind the chair and said, I didn't. Brother didn't tell me. This is all my guess."
"Don't blame brother."
Buzz.
Li Chengqian's head exploded.
At this time, thinking of what Zhang Feng said at the door and his expression when he said it, and then looking at what Xianxia said now, Li Chengqian had an illusion that he had lived for nothing.
Obviously.
He was the one who studied the hardest.
But in the end, why couldn't he think of such a simple thing? In the end, it was a little kid who didn't know anything to explain to him?
And this kid had some problems with his head. Li Chengqian's face was a little ugly. He looked up, but saw Wei Shuyu, Du Go and the others' constipated expressions. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Dabing, tell me, we've been on the mountain for so long. Why do I seriously suspect that we've just arrived?"
Chapter 14:26.
Actually, not to mention Li Chengqian and Du Go, although everyone had just seen a little bit of Xianxia, they could feel how terrifying he was.
This guy.
He was simply a pervert. If it was before, Li Chengqian, Du Go, and everyone else really thought that this was an impossible task. But now, with this kid's words, everyone instantly felt that there was a slight possibility this time. It could be done. 2 water wheels, plus a series of water troughs, using the principles of water circulation and dynamics, this could really be done. And they thought of more than one problem. But the problem was, filling the mountain with water at this time, this seemed. Cheng Chumo looked at the door cautiously and said, "Li Chengqian, is there a problem here, Fengzi?" As he spoke, Cheng Chumo pointed at his head and whispered again, "If there's no problem, what kind of water are they filling the mountain with at this time? And most importantly, isn't it a little superfluous to do this at this time?" Li Chengqian rolled his eyes and said, "You don't know this, but the phosphate fertilizer factory on Mount Longsho has no water source. I reckon we'll have to make a trip to Mount Longsho when the time comes. This water trough, to put it bluntly, is a test. If we can complete it this time, then there's no problem. If we can't, haha, not to mention Fengzi, even my father will skin us alive." Speaking of this, everyone was even more worried. Especially Cheng Chumo. Although he seemed very excited, from Yuchi Baolin's words just now, he vaguely felt that this perverted military training seemed to make him a little apprehensive. This thing was still the simplest, but
That bastard Zhang Feng actually said that this was still the simplest, that they still had to train their resistance to beatings, endurance and so on.
At first, everyone thought that this was a joke. But now, after Li Changqian confirmed the water trough, Cheng Chimo instantly felt that the end had come. What the hell? This was not something that humans could do. Resistance, hunger tolerance, reflexes. From their point of view, wasn't this just taking a beating without fighting back? Furthermore, after taking a beating, he wouldn't be able to eat and would continue on like this? Thinking of this, Cheng Chimo couldn't help but want to hug Wei Shuyu and cry for a while. But Wei Shuyu slapped him to go side. Li Changqian ignored the grumbling Cheng Chimo and said enviously, "Why don't we switch?" Hearing this, Cheng Chimo was instantly energized. He asked excitedly, "Are you serious?" Li Changqian nodded. "I'm serious." Seeing this, Cheng Chimo immediately shook his head like a rattledrum and said, "Then I won't trade." Li Changqian was so angry that he wanted to beat someone up. "Damn you, are you looking for a beating?" Seeing this, Feng Yai hurriedly tried to smooth things over. "Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's think about what to do next. I just heard that Fengzi plans to use Li Changqian's stubborn identity in Chang'an as well as the identity of those hooligans to stir up trouble. Why do I feel that Fengzi seems to want to do something big?" Hearing this, only then did everyone's expression change. Every one of them basically had some lackeys in Chang'an. These people had nothing to do. They usually did whatever they wanted to do. However, almost every month, they had to take money to bribe them. The purpose was to find out some secrets for them. At first, it was to help them find some fun and interesting things, such as something good coming out of Yanlai restaurant today, or Dongying people coming to Chang and Shi City, or barbarians peddling women in revealing clothes and so on. These were all the initial models. After the identities of the 4 great demon kings were confirmed, the stubborn world was also officially confirmed. At this time, the intelligence network of Li Changqian and the others was basically completed. Li Changqian knew that it was impossible for Li Shimin not to know about his stubborn identity in Chang'an City. The reason why he didn't say it was actually intentional. He also needed some information, and the identities of the 4 great demon kings seemed to be confusing. At least it could give those who knew them the illusion that the emperor didn't know about it, and the dukes were indulging in it. In this way, their careful thoughts would be active. And this was their best person to gather information. However, they didn't know how Zhang Feng knew about it. Could it be that he found clues from the matter of paper and the bone-strengthening powder? But it didn't matter. The most important thing at this time was, when would they be able to have a real fight? They couldn't wait to directly rush into the homes of the 5 families and 7 clans and directly wipe them out. Wouldn't it be better? Why did they have to talk in circles here? Li Changqian nodded and said, "Just now at Fengzi's place, I heard Fengzi's conversation with father and the others. It seems that Fengzi is indeed going to do something big. The most important thing is our bomb. Once we find out who is behind it, we will use the bomb I made to kill them. It's that simple." Chapter 14:27. Actually, Li Changqian did not know the specific content of the task. The best explanation was that, at this time, everything was prepared for the sake of uncovering the pair of hands hidden behind the shadows. Zhang Feng wanted to find out the big hands. Last night at Yanlai restaurant, Cheng Chimo and the others faintly sensed that something was wrong. The main problem was that Feng Zi made a big fuss in Chang'an yesterday, but those people still did not make a move. Not to mention others. Even the big clans behind the Bai, Mi, Tang, and others did not intend to stand up. What did this mean? They did not understand. But after thinking about it on the way back, they found the key to the problem. It seemed that these people were deliberately hiding something. Or perhaps, they did not know this at all. This was the most confusing. Let's not talk about you and them. Those big clans must have relatives, right? But such a big thing had happened. Why did those relatives and collateral relatives of these big clans not stand up? What did this mean? Not only did they not understand, but now that Li Shimin said this, Zhang Feng also did not understand. Rubbing his temples, he waved his hand and said, "In fact, there is nothing to say. The hounds are already cooked. It is already a blessing that these people did not add insult to injury. What a joke. The emperor has already given the order. Unless they are stupid, otherwise, who would dare to stand up and do such a thing at this time?" Li Shimin thought for a while and said, "What you said makes some sense.
But this matter, we still can't let down our guard. If these people do something behind our backs, then... Zhang Feng interrupted Li Shimin and said, this is the so-called human nature. Don't worry, within these 10 days, they will be very honest. Don't ask, these people are waiting for things to calm down. After things calm down, they will erupt after suppressing themselves. And we are waiting for this eruption. Before they erupt, I believe that our men and those gossipy women, as well as the informants of the local ruffians, have already been arranged. At that time, I will also let the people of the Enlufang and the Tonghuifang move around. At that time, it will be time to track down the mastermind behind the scenes. And I have a feeling that this time, we may have caught a big fish. Li Shimin was shocked and waved his hand subconsciously. Seeing this, Niu Jinda knew that he could not avoid it. He slowly stood up and leaned against the door, carefully listening to the movements outside the door. After seeing Niu Jinda shake his head, Li Shimin asked solemnly, Fengzi, tell me honestly, do you have someone you suspect? Zhang Feng nodded and said, yes. My intuition tells me that everything that's been going on these days has nothing to do with the 5 surnames and 7 clans, as well as the nobles of Shandong. Li Shimin was shocked. On the surface, White Deer College and Chang'an University were basically the Crown Prince's trial grounds. All of this was supported by the imperial edict. Looking at history, such a thing had never happened before. However, White Deer College had been extremely ostentatious from the start. From the 4 great scholars' ascension to the mountain, to Sun Simiao's anger, to the porridge, pork, bone-strengthening powder and so on, it had always been an ostentatious path. From the start, their intuition told them that all these were the deliberate actions of the people from the 5 great families. But, now that Zhang Feng said this, they finally had a trace of consciousness. These 3 aristocratic families did not see eye to eye with each other. They restrained each other, forming a tripartite balance of power. Because of Yang Guang's deliberate actions, the Guanlong group's influence in the imperial court had been greatly damaged. What was left was basically useless. Although the 5 great families were better off, they were no longer as glorious as they were in the Sui dynasty. However, their deterrence was still there. The people from the Guanlong group had embarked on the path of merchants. They operated their own forces in the Northern Army and shifted their focus from the imperial court to the Northern Army and the path of merchants. Although these 5 families and 7 clans had their own camps at this time, and although on the surface they seemed to be united, Li Shimin discovered that from the nobles that were recruited every year, there weren't many people from these 5 families and 7 clans. The reason was that the Directorate and the Hongwen Hall were basically suppressed by Guanlong's people. And Li Shimin was also eager for them to have such a situation. Next would be the people from the Shandong aristocratic families. These people disdained to enter the imperial court as officials, so they rarely came to the imperial court. However, there were still some representatives. Kong Yingda was the most important one. What he disdained the most was to associate with these merchants. Therefore, he was the one who restrained the Guanlong group and the 5 great families and 7 great families. But this time's matter, Li Shimin's first instinct was that this was a conspiracy. It was a conspiracy that deliberately targeted the Shandong aristocratic families. Otherwise, why would they use him to get rid of Kong Yingda, the only high-ranking person in Shandong? At the beginning, Kong Yingda had always been indifferent to these things. However, why did he jump out at such a critical moment? Why did he jump out? In addition, the group of hoodlums in the Shao Mountain Market had been shouting that they were sent here by Kong Yingda. However, how could a discerning person not see that this Motherf asterisk Kerr was not Kong Yingda's doing? Wasn't this disgusting? This was simply disgusting. However, although he was the emperor, he could not ignore it. He could only drag Kong Yingda into the prison. All of this was too logical. It was like directly opening a pocket for Kong Yingda and waiting for him to enter. Li Shimin thought of this and his expression suddenly changed. He said, Fengzi, you mean? Kong Yingda was framed by someone. Someone wants to provoke the conflict between the Shandong aristocratic families and the 5 great families and 7 great families? Chapter 1428. Zhang Feng nodded and said, You also thought of it? In fact, I've known for a long time that the academy was just being used by others. But they should never have killed Qian Wanli. This is not only aimed at the Shandong gentry and the 5 families and 7 families. Don't you realize that these people just want to put the blame on me? And what they want is, Lao Li, what you just thought. Once we all have such thoughts, then,
We've really been fooled. Li Shimin's face changed again. This time, a fine layer of cold sweat involuntarily appeared on his forehead. Who on earth could have such a terrible plan? Was he even human? He wanted to stir up the chaos of the entire Tang dynasty. Li Shimin hurriedly asked, "When did you realize it?" Zhang Feng lit a cigarette and handed it to Li Shimin. Then he looked at Wei Zhang and the others and said, "In fact, after seeing Qian Wanli's body and hearing their words, I understood." "Yes. That is to say, the killing you caused in Chang'an City was also a test?" Wei Zhang frowned and asked. Zhang Feng nodded. "In fact, it was not a test. After killing my brother, do you think you can get away with it so easily? That's impossible. In fact, it was also a test for me. To put it bluntly, it was also a means to lure Lao Li out." While speaking, Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin playfully and said, "Lao Li, I really didn't expect that the mysterious person would pay such a high price to test you. What is your identity on Earth?" Li Shimin looked shocked. "Is he suspecting me? Ahem, let's not talk about this first. Let's talk about your guess first." Li Shimin hurriedly changed the topic. Seeing this, Zhang Feng shook his head speechlessly and said, "This time if you think about it carefully, you will be able to see many clues. This time if I don't do anything, or if you don't do anything, the probing yesterday will be endless. They will keep probing until they find a satisfactory answer." When Li Shimin heard this, although he had already expected this, at this moment, when he thought about what Zhang Feng had just said, a chill ran down his spine. "Go on." Zhang Feng looked at the cigarette in his hand, and a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Actually, to put it bluntly, this is a trap prepared for us early on. We've been too ostentatious all this time. Our unconventional teaching model has attracted the hatred of Shandong. Then, our new business model, paperblank, and so on have caused direct economic conflicts with Guanlong, behind the road, the paper-making workshop, the forging workshop, and so on have attracted the attention of the 5 families and 7 clans. All these, it seems like we are doing what we want to do unconsciously, but you should have guessed that this is where those people left a target, and also an opportunity for them to add fuel to the fire." At this point, Zhang Feng's expression gradually turned solemn as he said, "Now, all of you should know, right? In fact, our direction is wrong. This time, based on my intuition, doesn't seem to be the doing of these big clans. If Shandong really wanted to target us, would they need to resort to such petty means? Also, the 5 families and 7 clans, do you think we are worthy of them paying such a high price to target us? They only need to move a finger, and everything we've created now will be finished." Li Shimin said with a hint of surprise. "You're saying that all this is not their doing? Then, what's the matter with Chong and 8 Waters? Also, everything that happened in Nantian wasn't caused by them?" This was what Li Shimin couldn't figure out the most. From the siege of Chang'an's economy last time, to Nantian, to the iron mine this time, could it be that these big clans were not the ones who did it? Then who could have done it? Feng Xianling was also very surprised and said, "Fengzi, this matter, are you?" Zhang Feng spread out his hands and said, "That's what you asked me to guess. Now I'm just talking about my opinion. Forget it, I won't say it. In short, I don't think it's the doing of these big clans. Instead, I think it's done by someone who knows the situation of the Tang Empire very well and knows about the war on the border. At the same time, someone who has a good relationship with these big clans did it. Or, it's done by those outsiders. I really can't think of any other possibility." Zhang Feng said so. Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't want to talk about it, Feng Xianling hurriedly said, "Fengzi, do you think that those big clans are not suspicious at all? Or, did they choose to believe the person you spoke of and just sit back and watch? This seems to be. But the person you said, I think except for the emperor and the retired emperor, no one else can do it, right?" Li Shimin couldn't help but nod. He also thought it was impossible. How big a plan was it? And most importantly, what did he want to do with such a big plan? As for the outsiders, Li Shimin was the first to be excluded. It was simply impossible. Those big clans even hated these outsiders more than he did. In their eyes, these outsiders were no different from the indigenous barbarians. Under such conditions, how could they believe the outsiders? Chapter 1429. However, Zhang Feng didn't think so. After all, everyone had their own weaknesses and weaknesses. For example, if Zhang Feng wanted to stir up trouble, or if he was the one doing this,
He would definitely do it 100 times better than what he was doing now.
Moreover, he wouldn't leave any clues behind. This was Zhang Feng's confidence. It was also because of this that Zhang Feng realized that this matter didn't seem to be simple at all. Li Shimin rubbed his head and said with a headache, "Fengzi, just say it directly.
Whether this matter has anything to do with these big clans, or whether these big clans are involved, this is a direction.
If we can confirm it, we can narrow down the scope. In this way we will have a direction to target. We won't be like a headless fly, right?"
Zhang Feng spread his hands and said, "You ask me, but who should I ask?"
Before Li Shimin was about to get angry, Zhang Feng hurriedly said, "In fact, these people must know something about this matter. At least the upper level of these big clans must know. Otherwise, it would be strange if these big clans didn't react last night. Doesn't the Wang clan's iron ore prove anything?"
Wei Zheng frowned and said,
"Yes. This shows that the Wang clan is anxious to clear their name." Hearing Zhang Feng's words, everyone became more confused. Li Shimin asked, "What do you mean?" Zhang Feng said with a smile, "In fact, it's very simple. I went to the Gao clan, Mi clan, and Bai clan. These three clans said that the Wang clan's people and the Tang clan's people went to find them together. If the Wang clan really did do it, they wouldn't be in such a hurry to react and open the ironware shop. This is the most unreasonable thing. If the Wang clan was really involved in this matter, these people would have been killed before I went. How could they wait for me to go?" After Zhang Feng said so, in an instant, Li Shimin thought everything through and understood everything. Why did these people insist that it was done by the Wang clan and the Tang clan together? Why did the Wang clan's people leave evidence that could be used against them? It was as if they wanted the whole world to know that they were the ones who did it. This was the strangest part of it all. Now that Zhang Feng had said so, Li Shimin instantly understood all the confusion. "Fengzi, then what do you think?"
"Say no more."
Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "If you want to find a breakthrough in this matter, I think that Wang clan is the best breakthrough." Instantly, the entire living room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Wang clan. Was Zhang Feng trying to target the Wang clan? Seeing everyone's expression at this time, Zhang Feng was speechless and said, "What's with your expressions?" Fang Xianling glanced at Li Shimin and said, "Fengzi, do you know that this is the most sensitive time for the Wang clan? If what you said is true, once we really target the Wang clan, the person behind the scenes will definitely add fuel to the fire. In this way, it will be even more impossible for us to find out the truth. And we will directly face the crazy revenge of the 5 families and 7 clans." At this time, Li Shimin really didn't want to directly face the people of the 5 families and 7 clans so early. This was not the right time. And if he forced the people of the Wang clan into a corner, then the result would be. At the thought of this, Li Shimin couldn't help but shudder and said, "Fengzi, you. Listen to me first." Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "In fact, targeting the Wang clan is only in the message. Who the hell told them to stop the iron mine for Lao Tzu? Who the hell told the Tang family to keep saying that it has something to do with the Wang clan? Who the hell told the Tang family to keep saying that it has something to do with the Wang clan? All these were ordered by the Wang clan? This is the reason for us to bombard the Wang clan. Once we do something to him, regardless of anything else, I believe that the people of the Wang clan will definitely not sit still. They will definitely stand up and take the initiative to contact the mysterious person. What we need to do is to take revenge for Qian Wanli and seek justice for the students of the world. We just need to keep our eyes on the Wang clan's every move and wait for them to lead that person out." Li Shimin was stunned. "That's it?" Zhang Feng said doubtfully, "How complicated do you think it is? You asked me to find a direction to investigate. But we can't just leave one person to die, right? What if the people of the Wang clan are forced into a corner and turn against us? What should we do?" Li Shimin's words were not without reason. At this time, if the people of the Wang clan were angered, how could White Deer College withstand his wrath? Zhang Feng said with a smile, "Just wait and see. His Majesty definitely won't let this go. Even if he does, our White Deer College has an imperial edict. Moreover, before this matter, we will get the phosphate fertilizer out. As long as the Wang clan isn't a fool, they won't dare to do anything to our White Deer College. You have to know that at this time, whoever has more land and more phosphate fertilizer will obtain more benefits in the upcoming big reshuffle. So, Why do you think the people of the Wang clan would open a blacksmith shop at this time? Because they have also sensed the crux of the problem. They are also using this method to send us a message. Li Shimin looked at Wei Zhang and the others in confusion. He saw that they were all dumbfounded. He then asked, Fengzi, what message are they sending? Chapter 1430. They really didn't know what these people were thinking. Moreover, they used such a method to send a message. Even if they really wanted to send a message, couldn't they just send someone to say it? Why did they have to be so secretive? Wei Zhang thought for a while and seemed to have thought of something. However, seeing that Li Shimin didn't speak, he could only endure it. Wei Zhang couldn't help but remind Li Shimin, Second brother, I thought of something. Can you help me see if I'm right? Li Shimin was worried that he couldn't think of anything. At this time, seeing Wei Zhang acting like this, his expression changed and he said, Actually, I did think of something, but it's also because I'm not sure. Tell me about it first. Hearing this, Chang Yaojin and the others' mouths twitched. But there was no other way. Wei Zhang's expression also froze when he saw this. He quickly restrained his expression and said, Second master, think about it. Previously, they secretly closed the shop, which must have attracted Feng Zi's attention. At this time, if they want to open up, they need an opportunity. This opportunity is phosphate fertilizer. They also want to get it. But because of their pride, they had to think of a solution. At this time, someone found them and told them about the Tang family. So, the Wang family wanted to cooperate with them. Regardless of whether they win or lose, they won't lose anything. They also want to see where Zhang Feng's bottom line is, but they didn't expect to lose. At this time, what should they do? If it's you, old Chen, can you put down your pride? Chang Yaojin didn't expect Wei Zhang to talk about him, but at this time, he pretended to be confused and acted as if he didn't hear anything. Then, Wei Zhang continued, and this is also human nature. If they come, it will inevitably mean that they have lost. This will be very disadvantageous for everything in the future. Therefore they chose to use this method to tell Feng Zi that they have given in. For the people of the 5 families and 7 clans, this is something that hasn't happened for a long time. Second master, Feng Zi, what do you think? What Wei Zhang said was extremely reasonable. Li Shimin wanted to clap his hands and cheer, but when he looked at Zhang Feng and the others, he pondered for a moment and said, What old Wei said is indeed reasonable. It's different from what I thought. Feng Zi, what do you think of this? Zhang Feng nodded and said, Actually, this is the truth. They also know that our people are looking for an iron mine on Longzhou Mountain. Although there's no news yet, they definitely know about the Nantian coal mine. In other words, they've basically lost this time. And this time, their admission of defeat is also a wise move. Think about it, when our iron ore comes out, who will they sell it to? Do you think he'll be able to take it if we push the price to the limit? In less than a year, no one will want their iron. So at this time, moreover, from the time they open the shop this time, this is also premeditated. That is, they want to reach a cooperation with us, but at this time they are still watching. Their intention is very straightforward. They want to equally divide the sales of Chang'an's ironware and the steel I make. You wait and see. If there's no accident, the price of their ironware this time will definitely be lower than ever before. Li Shimin said in an uproar, You've calculated all of this. This is a business matter. Lao Li, don't tell me you don't know this. Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin with some suspicion and said, This can be regarded as the lowest level of strategy. Can't you understand this? So you just wait and see. We don't need to do anything now. We just need to watch them fight. In addition, since the Wang clan has taken the initiative, we should also take the initiative. Yes. Li Shimin heard this and asked, Take the initiative to what? Zhang Feng wanted to touch Li Shimin's forehead, but Li Shimin avoided it. This made Zhang Feng speechless again and said, I just want to see if you are confused. Such a simple thing. Can't you think of it? This is our rumor attack. Once we do this, it will inevitably force the Wang clan to find the mysterious person. We just need to follow him. At this time, Li Shimin suddenly understood. They finally knew all of Zhang Feng's arrangements. Before, no one had a clue. Now that Zhang Feng said it so clearly, if they still couldn't think of it, then there was really a problem. Zhang Feng was also annoyed. Being manipulated by this kind of thing, no one would be in a good mood. Moreover, he was so disgusted by it. Anyway, Zhang Feng had already explained the matter today. Whether Lao Li and the others investigated or not, Zhang Feng was going to find the mastermind behind the scenes. This thing was like a thorn stuck in his throat. In any case, it was uncomfortable. Zhang Feng put out the cigarette butt in his hand, got up and stretched his body, and said, "Okay, this matter is like this. If you want to catch these guys in one net, you can't be too hasty. Otherwise, it will be easy to alert the enemy. This matter, don't talk nonsense after drinking. Don't talk about it. It's going to give me a headache. I'm going to sleep." Chapter 1431. It rained during the autumn planting season. Once the frost was over, the weather also gradually became less hot. On the contrary, the cool air in the mountains at night made people feel comfortable. Especially in the afternoon, when the drizzling rain started again. The entire academy basically maintained its original appearance. Other than the place where the houses were built, it was basically a puddle of mud and an endless stretch of withered yellow grass. At this time, the grass was trampled by people, and it was not as majestic as it was in summer. Instead, it shrank in the mud and shivered. Today in the villa, Zhang Feng was so sleepy that he kept yawning. Jianghu and Zhang Yuyao also developed the habit of taking a nap with Zhang Feng. Although it was already past noon, Zhang Feng still did not eat. Jianghu and Zhang Yuyao sat at the table and looked at the terrible dishes they made. Waiting for Zhang Feng to come back, the two girls fell asleep on the table. Hearing the sound of the door, they woke up with a start. Seeing Zhang Feng come in, the two girls came up to him. Zhang Feng could not open his eyes at this time, but he was also hungry. Looking at the black plate of fried vegetables on the table, he asked in surprise, "Is this the cooking of Mr. He's wife?" We made it ourselves." Hearing this, Zhang Feng saw the two girls were shy, so he did not say anything. He picked up the bowl and ate in a daze. He did not care whether it was delicious or not. Anyway, he kept saying it was delicious against his conscience. The two girls were dumbfounded by his words. Seeing that Zhang Feng had left, the two women began to eat suspiciously. But the vegetables were burned. Not to mention, the salty vegetables were simply indescribable. After eating 2 mouthfuls of other dishes, the two girls gave up in frustration. Either there was no salt, or the bowl was full of salt that had not melted. Before Zhang Feng fell asleep, he saw Jingshu come in with a bowl of tea with a bitter face. Seeing her, Zhang Feng complained, "How can you eat such terrible dishes?" Zhang Feng was also thirsty at this time. After drinking the tea, he said with a smile, "After all, it's your kindness. But you can't do this. Your body can't stand it." Seeing this, Zhang Feng laughed and hugged Jingshu, saying, "If you want to cook in the future, I can teach you. But I still think it's a man's business. In the future, I can cook for you. Mr. He's wife is good at cooking." Hearing this, Jingshu leaned in Zhang Feng's arms and whispered, "I know you're suffering. If there's anything, I'll help you." Zhang Feng gently pecked Jingshu's face, played with her fingers, and said, "I'm not so weak. Don't cook in the future, or I won't hear that kind of zheng music in the future. By the way, what are you going to do about yesterday's matter?" Jingshu was still a little worried about Zhang Feng and asked. Zhang Feng thought for a while, lying on the bed with Jingshu in his arms, and said, "Actually, this matter is still a bit complicated. Someone wants to mess with me, but things are basically settled." "That's good. I won't disturb you. You have a good rest. I'll sleep for a while." Seeing this, Jingshu was ready to leave. However, how could Zhang Feng let Jingshu go? Just as Zhang Feng was taking a nap, Li Shimin was very anxious. He paced back and forth in the room. Wei Zhang and the others didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After a while, Li Shimin gritted his teeth and said, "Old Feng, I think we should put this matter aside. Fengzi is right. If we rush to make a move on Wang clan now, we'll only be in a passive position. By the way, old you, is there still no news from the people looking for the iron ore on Mount Longsho?" "There's news," Yu Qigong hurriedly said. "We just received news that iron ore has indeed been found in the Swallow Ridge area of Mount Longsho. However, those ores are all underground. If we open up the mine, we won't be able to meet the demand in a short period of time. At least not within this year." Li Shimin instantly understood when he heard this, but he frowned unhappily and said, Why are you only saying this now?
Seeing this, Yu Qigong didn't dare to say anything. In fact, it didn't matter whether he said it now or not. Even if they didn't find it, so what? Now that Wang clan's ironware was sold at a low price, the iron on the market was basically in a stable state for the time being. The iron ship, the forge on the mountain, and the ironware bureau at the foot of the mountain could all resume production. In this way, as long as the steel on the mountain could be smelted fast enough, it could basically guarantee that 10,000 elite soldiers could get weapons. Coupled with the ballista and the strong crossbow, they would basically win the war. Now things in Chang'an City were also stabilizing, but the main factor was the phosphate fertilizer. Once the phosphate fertilizer was officially used in agriculture, the overall situation would be completely stabilized. In other words, now, only the phosphate fertilizer and the new weapons were left. As for the other things, it was not the time to make a move for the time being. Once the phosphate fertilizer and the new weapons appeared, almost all the problems would be solved. Thinking of this, Li Shimin couldn't sit still. He asked, "What time is it now?" "It's already past midnight."
"How long has Fengzi been gone?"
"Less than 2 hours."
"What, less than 2 hours?"
"Go wake him up.
When he comes to the mountain, we have to see for ourselves how the phosphate fertilizer is made."
Hearing this, everyone's expression changed instantly.
They hurriedly comforted Li Shimin and said, "Second master, you can't do this."
Chapter 1432. Li Shimin was a little surprised. Why can't I go and take a look?" Wei Zheng's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He looked at little Gizi at the door.
Seeing that there was nothing unusual, he said, "Second master, that thing is poisonous.
How can you go to such a place with your precious body?"
Chang Yaojin and the others saw this and came forward to dissuade him.
What a joke.
Although Zhang Feng could resolve the toxicity of this thing, the torture it would cause was simply not something a human could endure. If the emperor went at this time, who would be responsible if something happened to that thing?
Would it be because he didn't protect the emperor well enough? At this time, they had to pay more attention to some things.
If they left a bad impression, it would cause a big problem.
However, Li Shimin didn't listen.
He took out a mask and said, "I knew you would say that.
Look at what this is."
Wei Zhang saw this and said, "Second master, look at old Niu, then look at Li Qian and the others when they were first poisoned.
This is an eventful time. If something goes wrong, we can't afford to take responsibility. Second master, please take back your order." Several people hurriedly knelt in front of Li Shimin and shouted in unison. Although the possibility of poisoning had been dealt with, it was better to be safe than sorry. What if it was poisoned?
Li Shimin put on the mask and said indifferently, "Since we're already here, if even I am afraid of this thing, how can we let the people eat it with peace of mind?"
"Don't talk about it now. Since we're already here, don't you want to see how he made this thing? I believe that you've all heard your family's kid talk about this thing, right? Don't you want to see it? Don't you want to have this kind of colored glass for yourself?" As he spoke, Li Shimin pointed at the frosted glass on the window.
This was the real good stuff, but Li Chengqian said that the glass in the test tube that Zhang Feng used for his experiments was of better quality.
They even secretly brought it home.
However, the one that Li Chengqian gave him was taken away by retired emperor.
He didn't even have the time to play with it. On one hand, he really wanted to see the magical refining process. More importantly, he wanted to see the transparent thing that Zhang Feng called a glass bottle.
It was said that the wine from the western region would taste even better in this kind of cup.
Forget it. Let's not talk about this matter anymore. I've already made up my mind.
There's no room for discussion. Li Shimin waved his sleeves and was about to walk out the door. Niu Jinda unwillingly blocked the door and said, "Second master, look at me.
I was so uncomfortable at home before. For 7 whole days, you can't eat anything and can only drink vinegar. Have you ever thought of that feeling? That's the last thing I want to do. Please reconsider." Li Shimin was in a good mood. After finding out who was behind the scenes, he wanted to know how the phosphate fertilizer was made. Only when he saw it with his own eyes would he know what to do in the future. After all, seeing was believing. Even if he was poisoned, he could experience it for himself. It was worth it to know how to make such a magical thing that he had never seen before. This kind of opportunity was rare. However, how could Chang Yaojin and the others tolerate the emperor doing such a thing? If they were poisoned,
It would be a serious crime to be beheaded. When they were in a deadlock, Li Shimin was also angry. He waved his sleeves and shouted, "Everyone, listen to my order." In an instant, everyone's voice stopped abruptly. They looked at Li Shimin with worry and surprise. Li Shimin waved his sleeves and said, "Now, I order you to record in detail the whole process of Feng Zi and the others' extraction of the experimental phosphate fertilizer. After we go back, I want to see your reports tomorrow morning. There must be no mistakes." When they heard this, their heads instantly drooped. Seeing this, Li Shimin said with a smile, "Isn't it just a visit? Do you have to be so worried? Besides, Feng Zi is still here. How can he watch us get poisoned? He will definitely give us the best protection. Don't worry." At other times, these people would always pester him, especially Wei Zhang. But once he gave the order, these people would be obedient instantly. This was Li Shimin's method that never failed. At this time, seeing that Li Shimin had made up his mind, what else could they say? They could only follow Li Shimin out of the villa. As soon as they came out of the villa, they saw Li Chengqian and the others gesturing around the villa area. They even quarreled from time to time. Seeing this, Li Shimin waved his hand. Li Chengqian and the others hurriedly stopped quarreling and ran over. "What are you doing?" Li Chengqian wiped the sweat on his face and said excitedly, "Father, we are designing the model of the water wheel. Basically, the preliminary plan of the water wheel has been thought out. You guys change first. I want to see the process of the phosphate fertilizer extraction. You go and wake Feng Zi up." Chapter 1433. What was going on? The emperor was going to watch them do the experiment? At this time, Cheng Chimo and others were shocked. They looked at each other in confusion, but no one dared to call Zhang Feng. They had seen the danger of the experiment with their own eyes. At this time, if the emperor was excited and wanted to do it himself, if there was another explosion, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Chengqian glanced at Wei Zhang and others suspiciously. They nodded and smiled bitterly, confirming Li Shimin's decision. Seeing this, Li Chengqian was shocked and said, "Father, you can't do this. What if something happens to you? There are a lot of people watching you now. What if something happens to you? Father, please think twice." Li Shimin couldn't care so much. He waved his hand and said, "I've made up my mind. It can't be changed. Besides, aren't you here? Don't I even have the right to have a look? Or should I say, what kind of shady business are you up to?" Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Li Chengqian had to give up. He had to go to Zhang Feng resentfully. This thing was actually not that difficult. With the protection of the mask at this time, there shouldn't be too much trouble. While Li Chengqian was thinking, he had already arrived at Zhang Feng's villa. Old Ma was still standing majestically at the door of Zhang Feng's villa, with his hand on the hilt, never leaving for a moment. The scar left on his face yesterday still looked so shocking at this time. But old Ma didn't cry. This little injury was just a piece of cake for him. Seeing Li Chengqian coming, Ma Xinliang nodded as a greeting. Looking at Li Shimin and others not far away, he hurriedly stopped Li Chengqian. "Young Master Li, at this time, I advise you to wait. The dean may still be sleeping." Li Chengqian didn't understand the meaning of Ma Xinliang's words. He nodded and turned to knock on the door. But after knocking for a long time, there was no response. Li Chengqian couldn't help but be a little impatient. He roared loudly. After a while, Zhang Feng opened the door with sleepy eyes and asked impatiently, "What's the matter?" When Li Chengqian saw this, he instantly seemed to understand something. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't. Feeling awkward, he clenched his teeth and said, "My father said he wants to see you do your experiment." Zhang Feng was a little confused. He asked, "What experiment?" "It's the phosphate fertilizer experiment." "I'm not free." Zhang Feng didn't even think about it and was about to close the door. Seeing this, Li Chengqian panicked. "Feng Zi, isn't it just an experiment? We can just do it." "My father said that he wants to see the production process of phosphate fertilizer so that he can calculate how much phosphate fertilizer we need now. When the time comes." Li Chengqian explained a lot. The truth of the matter was finally revealed. The gist of it was that Li Shimin wanted to see if this thing could be planted this autumn. Not to mention the entire country, but at the very least, the entire imperial plantation, as well as the entire Guanyi Pass, would be able to produce some results. He also wanted to give the whole world a definite answer. Right now, there were many rumors about whether this phosphate fertilizer was real or fake. Although many people believed in Zhang Feng, they didn't believe that this thing was real. After all, this thing had never appeared before. At this moment, Zhang Feng's sleepiness was slightly alleviated. Li Chengqian was right. Right now, things were a little complicated. There were many rumors in the market, so much so that no one knew who to believe. Moreover, this thing didn't belong to this era. It was normal to not believe it. And for everyone to accept this thing, how to put it, it was still a little difficult. The difficult part was whether this thing would be sold for money or free. If it was sold for money, who would buy it? If it wasn't sold for money, who would dare to use it? No one would dare to block their 1 year's worth of food. This put Zhang Feng in a difficult position. Seeing that Li Chengqian's words seemed to make some sense, Zhang Feng said, "If that's the case, you go and prepare first. Call a few of them together. Also, invite Mr. Bo Shi and the others over. Also, call all the students of the academy over. Let's have a public experiment class." Seeing this, Li Chengqian's expression froze. What is the meaning of this? If that's the case, wouldn't it be? Zhang Feng waved his hand and yawned. It's just letting them see an experiment. That little bit of measurement is actually nothing in an open space. Since they want to see it, then let them see it openly. There will only be more benefits in the future. Also, spread the word that this experiment will be held once on the mountain and once at the foot of the mountain. Anyone who wants to see it can come and see it. Hearing this, Li Chengqian was shocked. This thing was originally not troublesome to experiment with. Could it be that Zhang Feng was planning to spread this thing out? These were shining silver tails. If someone else tinkered with it, let's not talk about whether it was profitable or not. Just this point alone, it was unknown whether they could be like them and not be poisoned. What if they were poisoned, what could they do? Chapter 1434. Zhang Feng's idea was actually very simple. Although this thing looked simple, how would it be done? Would they be able to do it? Moreover, the phosphate rock was poisonous. Although it was not really fatal, it was similar to methane poisoning. If you slept in the methane pool every day, it would be strange if you did not get poisoned. The most important thing was the ratio problem and the experimental equipment. Zhang Feng dared to guarantee. Apart from Algernon and him, if the others wanted to make such a thin and transparent test tube, then, if he could really make it, then no matter how far away he was, Zhang Feng would run over and ask for a prestige account. This was a fellow countryman. Without the experimental equipment, who would want to do this experiment? Don't even think about it. The reason why Zhang Feng wanted to do this was to give everyone an accurate answer and also to give a surprise to those who wanted to stir up trouble. Don't you want to stir up trouble? Fine. Then I'll let you do it. After Li Chengqian left, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. He shouted to Old Ma. "Old Ma! Director!" Zhang Feng asked softly, "Do you have any land at home?" Ma Xinliang's face stiffened. He said bitterly, "No." Zhang Feng asked again, "Go quickly. Get Cripple Wang, the village chief, Old He, and Zhuzi's father here. I have something to discuss with them." Ma Xinliang was a little confused. He wanted to ask something, but seeing that Zhang Feng was unwilling to say, he was embarrassed to ask. He did not know what Zhang Feng wanted to do, but now that Zhang Feng had called him, he had to go. After Old Ma left, Zhang Feng hurried into the villa. At this time, Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao were whispering to each other. Sometimes, Zhang Yuyao would touch Jingshu's belly, and sometimes her face would turn red. If not for the fact that Jingshu was not pregnant, Zhang Feng would have seriously suspected that Jingshu was pregnant. "What are you two talking about?" Zhang Feng was a little embarrassed by the gazes of the two. Obviously, Zhang Yuyao's disdainful eyes told him that she already knew what had just happened. Zhang Feng could not help but sigh again. This world was really F***ing good. If you dared to be so bold in the future, you would have a kitchen knife on your neck by now. The two women didn't speak. Zhang Feng didn't know what to say. He rubbed his nose and said, "Yu Yao, tell little Cui Er to go down the mountain immediately. I have something important to tell her to do." He saw that Zhang Feng had something to do. It wasn't good for the two women to harp on such a trivial matter. Zhang Yuyao asked curiously, "What's the matter? Do you have any fields at home?" Zhang Yuyao didn't know what Zhang Feng was going to say. At this time, she was stunned. She hesitated for a moment and counted with her fingers for a long time before saying, "My family should have 7 mu of land now. What's wrong?" Zhang Feng nodded and then said, "Quickly ask your father to find Niu Weili and tell him that I said to buy land with whatever money you have." Ha! Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao were stunned. But a moment later, they thought of the key point of the problem and said, "Is this related to phosphate fertilizers?" "Yes." Zhang Feng nodded and said, "Then quickly go to the mansion and find Du Ziting. Ask him to take out all the money in the family and buy as much land as possible near Shao Mountain. Don't worry about money. We have plenty of money." This time, the two women didn't understand. They thought that Zhang Feng had not woken up because of yesterday's stimulation, and their expressions changed drastically. "Prince Zhang, what's wrong with you? Brother Feng, if you can't do it, let Dr. Sun take a look at you." Zhang Feng rolled his eyes speechlessly. He put the two women in his arms and said, "I'm better than ever now. Let's not talk about it anymore. You two can do as you see fit. It's best if you can do it today or as soon as possible. Later, I'll hold a public experiment class. I believe that once my experiment class is over, the possibility of buying another piece of land will be slim." The two women were completely stunned. However, he still hurriedly went to do as Zhang Feng said. Zhang Feng grabbed Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu and said, "By the way, go to the Chen mansion and tell them about this." Zhang Feng could be considered to have done all he could. As for what Master Chen thought, it was not something he could decide. However, this land must be bought. The land in Chang'an City. Before this, it was definitely worthless, but after today, it would be worth a lot. Zhang Feng dared to bet. As long as he operated properly, in the future, he would earn more than a little. If he could get real estate out. Hee. As for Lao Li and the others, Zhang Feng was never worried. After all, they had known about this for a long time. How could they not buy it? That would be a strange thing. In the past, this thing was very tricky. Coupled with the fact that seeds were difficult to buy this year, many people basically exchanged their land for seeds. But after the fact that phosphate fertilizer could increase production was confirmed, Zhang Feng believed that if anyone dared to sell land, they would be a real fool. Chapter 1435. Without waiting for Old He's people to enter the room, Li Shimin and the others had already entered Zhang Feng's villa. As soon as they entered the door, Li Shimin couldn't wait to ask, "Fengzi, when are you going to do this?" For a moment, Zhang Feng suddenly forgot what Li Shimin said. But at this time, seeing him say this, he asked with a slight doubt, "What are you talking about? Is there any meaning?" What meaning could there be? Li Shimin was also stunned by Zhang Feng's words in an instant and asked, You, what do you mean? Didn't you say that you wanted us to come and see the experiment?" Zhang Feng patted his forehead and said with a faint smile, "So it's about this. Lao Li, this matter, you have to wait a little bit. We still have another thing to do." Li Shimin didn't understand what Zhang Feng wanted to do, but at this time, when he heard Zhang Feng say this, he had to be patient. But Cheng Yaojin couldn't wait. He had long wanted to see the experiment that Zhang Feng talked about. After all, every day or sometimes when his son came home, he would brag in front of him about how awesome and mysterious this experiment was, but he had never seen it before. At this time, it seemed that Zhang Feng wanted to suppress this matter and didn't intend to experiment. How could this be? Thinking of this, Chang Yaojin waved his hand and said, "Is someone looking for trouble? If someone is looking for trouble, tell me, I will go and—" Without waiting for him to finish, Li Shimin's face darkened. "Old hey, that's enough." Chang Yaojin shrunk his neck and smiled embarrassedly as he retreated to the back. Seeing this, Zhang Feng had to ask them to sit down and then said, "In fact, this matter is very simple. Think about it, if this experiment is really completed, and this time I'm going to give a public lecture, won't the people in the market now suspect that this thing is fake? Even if those who believe in it are still suspicious before they see the real thing, then this time I will directly hold 2 public experiments in the academy and at the foot of the mountain. If I come personally on the mountain, I will hand it over to them. In this way, I believe that the rumors made by the Tang family will naturally be dispelled." Li Shimin's eyes suddenly shook. This is a good idea. However, there are disadvantages to this as well. Think about it. If this thing is stolen by someone else, won't we lose a lot of money? However, Zhang Feng didn't mind. He smiled faintly and said, if he has the ability, then he can steal it. Does he know the ratio of this thing? He knows how to reach the critical point. He doesn't know anything and yet he is experimenting with it. If he wants to die, he can do it. Anyway, this thing is poisonous, but it is not fatal in small amounts. If any bastard wants to die, I don't mind. Li Shimin was a little hesitant, but he still chose to believe Zhang Feng. After all, this thing was already the kind of thing that no one had ever seen before. If this thing was easy to come out, this guy would be so mysterious and throw it out like salt. Why would he spend so much effort to get it? Thinking of this, Li Shimin suddenly understood. However, Feng Xianling did have a different idea. Although Zhang Feng was right, this was still a secret. He really didn't understand Zhang Feng's operation. Feng Xianling looked at Zhang Sun Wuji and Du Ruhui, who were stroking their beards and narrowing their eyes in contemplation. He wanted to ask. However, seeing the expressions of the two, he just sighed and didn't say anything. Niu Jinda, on the other hand, was very excited at this time. After all, this thing was something he exchanged with his life. If Zhang Feng wanted to get this thing out, then his reputation would also rise. At that time, not to mention other things, at least in the imperial court, his back would be straightened a little. However, the key problem now was that this guy didn't seem to want to do it now. What was the meaning of this? Niu Jinda took advantage of Li Shimin's inattention and hurriedly asked, Fengzi, what do you mean? Why don't you hurry up and start the experiment? What are you waiting for? We haven't eaten anything yet. We're still waiting to see your thing so that we can have a drink together. You're so slow. How long are you going to wait before you give us a meal? Zhang Feng laughed and said, Old Niu Amo, don't be anxious. Let's talk about drinking later. I have a very important thing to ask you. Although you all know about this, there's one important thing that I don't know. Have you thought of it? They looked at each other suspiciously. Then Li Shimin asked carefully, Fengzi, is there something else in it? Zhang Feng shook his head. Actually, there's nothing else. I just want to ask you, did you buy land after knowing about this? In an instant, Zhang Sun Wuji and the others looked at Li Shimin. At that time, they all wanted to buy land, but if it weren't for the emperor's obstruction, they would probably have more land in their hands. Chapter 1436. Li Shimin didn't think so much. When he heard Zhang Feng's question, he wanted to laugh. So this kid was still thinking about making money at this time? Zhang Feng had indeed been thinking about this matter. After all, they were all on the same side. If he could make a fortune, then he definitely wouldn't forget about his brotherhood. And this time, Zhang Feng's intuition told him that this would be his last chance to buy land. Moreover, it was such a cheap land. Want to buy another piece of land in the future? Haha. Li Shimin nodded with a smile. He looked around at everyone and said, You don't have to worry about this. Although their family's land isn't much, it's at least 1,000 mu. Also, you seem to have forgotten one thing. The last time old Feng went to the field with you, he went around borrowing money to buy land. It caused quite a stir in Chang'an City. When Zhang Feng heard this, his eyes widened. He looked at the usually honest Feng Xianling and asked, Is old Feng's matter true? Is it true or not? Zhang Xueli was a little embarrassed, but he still nodded. This time, Zhang Feng was completely convinced by these people. He was a little speechless and said, Forget it, forget it. I also said that we can't let our brothers suffer losses. It seems like you guys are just brothers on the surface. Such a good thing, and you didn't even ask me to join you? If you all bought it, then pretend that I didn't say anything. You can go to Mr. Bo Shir's place and wait for him, or go directly to the school district. I'll wait for the old Xiaotsai and the village chief to come over. Then I'll go over. Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng in surprise. He looked at Zhang Feng with a strange expression and said, Do you want everyone in Tonghui Feng to buy land? Zhang Feng nodded and said, Yes, aren't they all neighbors? Since there's a matter of making money, then of course I have to pull them in. Besides, if it wasn't for their help on the mountain, then I would be busy to death. I want to rely on you guys, but you guys are so busy that I can't even see your shadow for a few days. If I don't rely on them, who else can I rely on? Their faces stiffened and they looked around as if they were looking for something. To put it bluntly, they didn't want to lower themselves to Zhang Feng's level. How could Zhang Feng not know what these people were thinking? He sighed and prepared to ask them to leave. However, at this moment, Du Ruhui faintly said, Feng Zi, if you are thinking for them, I advise you to ask them to buy less. Zhang Feng asked in surprise, Why? You can't bite off more than you can chew. Besides, think about it. If so many people suddenly buy land on a large scale, let's not talk about whether the law of the Tang dynasty allows it or not. Let's talk about how others will view it. Now the entire academy is being watched by people all over the world. Once something happens on the mountain, it will definitely spread throughout the Great Wall in less than a day. You also know that the commotion you caused in Chang'an City 2 days ago hasn't stopped. Up until now, everyone would be drawn over by the slightest bit of news about White Deer Academy. Just think about the consequences if you continue causing trouble like this. After finishing his words, Du Ruhui gave Zhang Feng a meaningful look. This stumped Zhang Feng. He really didn't think of this. After all, he wasn't very clear about some of the laws of the Tang dynasty. After looking around, he stared at Feng Xianling and asked, Old Feng, what's going on? Are ordinary people not allowed to buy land? Feng Xianling waited for a while. Seeing that Li Shimin didn't say anything, he sorted out his thoughts and said, In fact, it's not that people are not allowed to buy land, but how should I put it? Indeed, there's no explicit rule in the laws of the Tang dynasty that forbids people from buying land. But there's one thing you may not know, and that is their ability. Think about it. If you suddenly give a bucket of water to a person who has been hungry for 3 days, he will be stuffed to death. In fact, the principle is the same. Besides, do you think those businessmen and those big families in Chang'an City will sit back and do nothing? As old Du said just now, everyone's eyes are fixed on the academy. At this time, if so many people suddenly rush down, think about it, it will cause everyone in Chang'an City to buy land. Think about it. Even if Chang'an expands all the places within the Guanyi Road, how much land can be bought? How much land can ordinary people buy? If you don't buy it now, when the phosphate fertilizer comes out in the future, the emperor may use this as a reward and give some land to the commoners. Basically, every household will have land to plant. Isn't this better? But if everyone is like you, then what about the rest? Hearing this, Zhang Feng's face changed instantly. Well, I've already said it. At this time, I can't take it back, can I? Zhang Feng was a little embarrassed. However, Li Shimin glanced at Zhang Feng indifferently and said, Then it's your business. We'll go there first. You can come back after you've finished your business. I believe that Niu Weili from the Chang'an local government will come up with a relatively safe way to deal with it. Hearing this, Zhang Feng could only helplessly laugh bitterly and helplessly nod his head. All right then, you guys go ahead and wait. I'll ask the old village chief. If it really doesn't work, I'll give some of my land to them. Li Shimin, who had already walked to the door, looked at Zhang Feng strangely and said, What, just now, did you? Chapter 1437. Zhang Feng didn't think too much about it. He just wanted the people around him to live a happy and prosperous life. Li Shimin already knew about Zhang Feng's thoughts. However, he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity when he heard Zhang Feng's intentions. After all, the 4 properties that were confiscated 2 days ago were all in his hands. He was also thinking about finding a suitable opportunity to give it to Zhang Feng. However, now that he looked at it, fine. He thought too highly of himself. After all, he heard that he had earned a lot from cooperating with Niu Weili in basketball and football. It seemed that he had earned a few 100,000 taels of silver. This wasn't a small amount. At this time, basketball, football, and morning exercises were basically common in the Tang dynasty. It was normal for him to earn this kind of income. Li Shimin narrowed his eyes and asked, Did you go to buy land? Hearing this, Yu Qigong and the others looked at Zhang Feng with strange expressions. Zhang Feng smiled embarrassedly. Yes, something like that. How much did you buy? Zhang Feng didn't think too much about it. After all, who knew how much land these masters had? The little bit he bought probably wasn't even a fraction of what they had bought over the past few months. This was only the land that these masters owned in Chang'an City. Their properties were spread throughout the Tang dynasty. It could be said that even if they didn't have 100,000 taels of land, they weren't far from 100,000 taels of land. The little bit of land he bought was nothing. Not much. Last time, Jianghu made the decision to buy all the land from the coal mine in Lantian all the way to the riverside in Mount Shao. They were speechless. It turned out that this kid had been buying land since a long time ago. The piece of land from Lantian all the way to White Deer Institute could be said to be a rare piece of good land in the Guanyi circuit. However, because it was relatively long and narrow, and if a war were to break out, it would definitely suffer calamity. Moreover, its location was relatively special, so very few people dared to have any ideas about that piece of land. However, they didn't expect this kid to have it in his hands long ago. Li Shimin was still thinking about whether he should use that piece of land as an experimental field for the imperial family. After all, it was something that had to be put on display. He didn't expect this kid to buy it long ago. Li Shimin didn't mind and asked, "Then where did you buy it this time? Tell me. If it doesn't work, I'll use my connections to give you a discount." After all, he knew that Zhang Feng had at least 300,000 taels of silver in his residence. If he used it all to buy land, how much land would he be able to buy land? Right now, land could be bought for between 1,000 and 2,000 strings of coins per mu. If converted to silver taels, it would be 1 tael of silver for 1 mu of land. More than 300,000 taels of silver. This. Even Li Shimin couldn't help but gasp when he thought of this. Zhang Feng was a little embarrassed. He pointed in the direction of Chang'an City and said, "Actually, it's not much. I'll buy it all from the entrance of Chang'an City to the academy. After all, after buying it, it will belong to us. When the time comes." Without waiting for him to finish, Li Shimin's voice changed. He asked in a trembling voice, You bought it all?" As he spoke, Li Shimin couldn't help but look in the direction of the second floor, as if he wanted to see if Zhang Yuyao and Lin Mengyao were still there. Did they go in to buy land? At this time, Yu Qigong, Chang Yaojin, Niu Jinda, and the others were already looking at Zhang Feng in shock. And Zhang Feng's image was instantly shocking to them. This place was different from other places. From a military point of view, this piece of open land was a buffer zone for the city, which was also an offensive and defensive area. Every city had an incomparably vast open space. Basically, this piece of land was an area for the people inside and outside the city to react to the situation. If there was a war and the enemy attacked, they would go out of the city to fight in a short time. Otherwise, it would be the place where the two armies faced each other. If it was an ordinary person, no one would have the courage to buy this place. Moreover, no one would dare to sell this place. After all, this piece of land belonged to the city defense area. But they never expected that Zhang Feng, a hothead, would actually buy this piece of land. They didn't know whether they should feel that Zhang Feng was awesome, or that they should feel that Zhang Feng was stupid. At this time, Zhang Feng saw that their expressions were strange. He slowly realized that things seemed to be a bit unusual. He quickly asked, "What's with your expressions? Is there something different about this piece of land? Or is it that this piece of land can't be bought?" Li Shimin didn't want to talk anymore. He waved his hand and said, "Old Yu, tell him." Seeing this, Yu Qigong directly gave Zhang Feng a thumbs up and said, "Fengzi, Lao Tzu has never admired people, especially young people. But among the young people that Lao Tzu knows, if you dare to say that you are number 2, then you dare to say that you are number 1. If there is someone who dares to say that, then Lao Tzu will slap him down." Zhang Feng was a bit confused. How could he praise someone like that? Everyone knew that Zhang Feng was smart, but wasn't it a bit too much to say such words at this time? Zhang Feng saw that everyone's expressions were strange. He quickly pulled Yu Qigong to the side and whispered, "Old Yu, tell me something. Is there a problem with this piece of land?" Yu Qigong looked at Li Shimin's people and then looked at Zhang Feng. "Are you sure that you don't know anything?" Zhang Feng shook his head with a dumbfounded expression. Seeing this, Yu Qigong patted Zhang Feng's shoulder. Zhang Feng's face instantly turned pale. His body shrank and he almost fell to the ground. Yu Qigong didn't even look at Zhang Feng. He said with great admiration, "Actually, everyone has their eyes on this piece of land. Otherwise, do you think that those dukes and nobles would let go of this piece of land? But do you know why they don't want to buy this piece of land?" How would Zhang Feng know? He hurriedly cupped his fist and asked for advice. Yu Qigong said, "Because no one dares to sell this piece of land, including the current emperor. He doesn't dare to sell it." Zhang Feng's expression changed. He asked, "What do you mean?" "Because this piece of land belongs to the two armies.
Who do you think would dare to sell this piece of land? Chapter 1438. Zhang Feng really didn't expect this. There was actually such a way to open up a fertile wasteland stretching from the moat of Chang'an City to the barren mountain pass? How large was the area? Zhang Feng didn't know. Anyway, it would take an hour to go from the gate of Chang'an City to the sentry post of the barren mountain pass by carriage. Zhang Feng estimated that if he went in a straight line, it would be about 2 or 3 kilometers. 2 or 3 kilometers. How large was the area? Such a large piece of land was a strategic location? Then, this Shao Mountain. Zhang Feng suddenly had a feeling of going to Tesco. He seemed to understand something at this time. This Shao Mountain originally belonged to the Zhongnan Mountains, and it also belonged to the Qinling Mountains. There were 2 main peaks in Shao Mountain, and the academy was built on a large area between the 2 main peaks, which was like a gold ingot. Such a terrain. It was not a strategic place, was it? Moreover, now he was here, plus the firearms and other new weapons were in the research and development. Once this thing came out, how could there be any war in Chang'an City, which belonged to the hinterland of the Tang dynasty? Wasn't this nonsense? Such a fertile land was empty. How could it be burned? But looking at the long river of history, Zhang Feng felt that it was unfair at this time, but in fact, he just felt unhappy. Since it was the battlefield of the city gate, there had been many ghosts since ancient times. Although Zhang Feng didn't believe in ghosts and gods, if he didn't believe in them, how could he explain his situation? Seeing this, Li Shimin asked, Fengzi, are you sure you have asked someone to buy it? Zhang Feng said hesitantly, well, you can say that. By the way, it's okay if I can't buy this land. Niu Weili will naturally arrange it for me. Go, let's not talk about it. Let's do the experiment. When Li Shimin saw Zhang Feng's current appearance, he found it somewhat funny and said, although the area around the city gate is indeed not for sale, if you really want to buy it, you can walk 10,000 steps out of the city and use your connections. Zhang Feng sighed and said, forget it. My luck is not good. The fat meat that caught my eye belongs to the emperor. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go to the teaching building and attend today's open experimental class. While speaking, Zhang Feng pulled Li Shimin towards the door. Just as he walked out of the villa, Zhang Feng ran into the old village chief and several others who had heard the news. As soon as they met, the old village head directly asked, Fengzi, what's the matter? I just heard that you were looking for us in a hurry. When Zhang Feng saw this, he instantly felt a headache coming on. He glanced at Li Shimin and hurriedly said, Lao Li, you guys go ahead and wait. I'll be right there, okay? Li Shimin still did not know what Zhang Feng wanted to do. He looked at Zhang Feng with a smile that was not a smile, and then slowly left with the others. In fact, there was no need to hide this matter. The key point was that it was really a bit embarrassing. After Li Shimin left, Zhang Feng said, Old village chief, do you have any fields in your family? This time, the few people were dumbfounded. The old village chief and the others looked at each other, and then looked at Zhang Feng with some confusion and said, just because of this? We do have some fields in our family, but what do you mean by this? When Zhang Feng heard this, he nodded his head. In this era, there were 2 kinds of fields. Teaching fields and perpetual fields. Normally, a family like the old village chief had about 100 mu of land, and this 100 mu of land was nothing much. Only a few mu of land could be cultivated. After the person who divided the fields came over to register them, the slope, wasteland, or even a mountain in the chaotic world were basically hundreds of mu of land. These were all considered fields. In addition, the people in this era basically had a stable harvest, and the fields were barren. In addition, the land was vast and sparsely populated. Therefore, the government was considered generous and basically waved their hands. They directly had 100 mu of land. However, moreover, these fields were all carefully selected. The teaching fields were never divided into rivers or lakes. Basically, when the government came, if they saw that you were happy, they would give you a good piece of land. If you were unhappy, even the Wei Shui River could be your family's. Only the thin 20 mu of perpetual fields could be considered a little bit of land that could be cultivated. However, by the time you cleared the trees and weeds in the land, it would basically be a few years later. Therefore, in this era, although the land was vast and sparsely populated, and with the equal field system, most ordinary people still did not have enough to eat. They had to go to those big families to work to make ends meet.
Although the equal field system had its advantages, the disadvantages were also obvious. Slaves and women would never be given any land. Only men who were 18 years old and men who were 21 years old could be allocated land. And if the head of the family already had a fief, he would basically only be given 20 mu of perpetual fields. The system of the Tang dynasty was really too chaotic. In addition, the land was barren and the years of war. Basically, although there were many fields, ordinary people still did not have enough to eat. Most people could not even afford to buy seeds. The old village chief was better. Although he was already over 70 years old, and the teaching fields had been taken back. However, he had many sons, and with good luck, the fields that were allocated were basically some good ones. His family would not starve. However, old he and the others were miserable. Old he was originally a slave, and he only had 2 mu of land as a token. Most of the land was basically rented from those big families. Therefore, all year round, he could only muddle through with a full belly. At this time, when they heard Zhang Feng's question, everyone scratched their heads in confusion. They looked at Zhang Feng with a dumbfounded expression. After understanding the situation, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, "Old village chief, quickly go to the food factory and the paper mill and take out some money. Then go to Niu Weili, the county magistrate, and take out as much as you can." Hearing this, the old village chief's expression changed instantly. He thought that Zhang Feng was going to squander. He said, "Fengzi, you can't do this. Although you have a noble title, you can't afford this kind of torment. You are not married yet. You don't dare to." Zhang Feng hurriedly interrupted the old village chief and said, "That's not what I mean. What I mean is, quickly take the money and buy as much land as you can." Chapter 1439. The old village chief and the others were stunned. Although they knew about the phosphate fertilizer, they had never seen it before. However, he hadn't seen the specific situation of phosphate fertilizers, so he didn't dare to speak carelessly. At this moment, Zhang Feng actually asked them to buy land? And buy as much as they could? Wasn't this a waste of the immortals? Even if he were to give away that lousy piece of land, no one would want it. It was said that every household had a few dozen mu of land, but how many of them could actually grow crops? At most, they could only grow 1 or 2 acres of land. Just this. Buy more? Do you have too much money to burn? But before he could say anything, Zhang Feng had already run away. The old village chief was so angry that he wanted to argue with Zhang Feng, but he hurriedly pulled the old village chief and said, "Old village chief, what did Feng ask me to do? Let's do it. If you're not going, I'll go. I have some friendship with Lord Niu." Sigh. Seeing this, the old village chief stomped his walking stick and said sadly, "What a wastrel." As they spoke, the old village chief, old he, and the others hurriedly went down the mountain. Although they said that they were not going because they could not bear to part with the money, Zhang Feng naturally had his reasons for asking them to buy land. If they did not buy it and delayed Zhang Feng's important matter, then it would be bad. Besides, what did Zhang Feng do that time? Was he messing around? And this time, Lao Li and the others were all here. Was something big going to happen? Along the way, the old village chief and old he were discussing this matter. Along the way, they also encountered a carriage driven by an old horse. When they saw this, they hurriedly stopped Old Ma and said, "Old Ma, why aren't you following Feng? Why are you running away?" Old Ma signaled to the carriage and said, "Well, the dean asked me to go to Chang'an City to do something. I'll go first. We'll talk later." As he spoke, the old horse urged the carriage to run away like a wisp of smoke. Only the old village chief was left, who was even angrier. What kind of person did Feng find? Doesn't he respect the old at all? Why is there such a bore in the academy? Old he and Zhuzi's father looked at each other. Then they also found a slide pole at the foot of the mountain and dragged it along. The old village chief then ran into the city. With the old village chief's small feet, it was estimated that he would not be able to reach the city even if he walked until tomorrow. When the 3 of them arrived at the Chang'an local government, Old Ma, Zhang Yuyao, and Jingshu saw them off respectfully under Niu Weili's smiling face. This time, the old village head instantly understood. Why was this kid so busy? It turned out that Feng Zi's 2 wives were sitting in the carriage. At this moment, the smile on the village chief's face blossomed like a chrysanthemum. "Yu Yao." While speaking, The old village head changed his sickly appearance and didn't let anyone help him. Leaning on his crutch, he walked towards the carriage. Niu Weili naturally knew the relationship between these people. Seeing this, he couldn't stop him and stepped aside. Seeing it was the old village chief, Zhang Yuyao hurriedly got off the carriage and said, "Old village chief, what are you doing here?" Seeing this, the old village chief sighed sadly and said, "It's your man. You have to take care of him. Otherwise, you won't know when he will squander all your money." Zhang Yuyao blushed, but Niu Weili pricked up his ears to eavesdrop. However, he was embarrassed by the stares of old Ma and old He, so he pretended not to see and walked aside. At this time, Zhang Yuyao smiled and said, "Old village chief, what do you mean?" "You don't know. I don't know what's wrong with Fengzi just now. He asked me to bring money to buy land. Tell me, isn't it squandering money to buy land at this time?" Hearing this, Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu looked at each other and smiled. She pulled the old scholar aside and comforted him. After the old scholar calmed down, she whispered, "To be honest, I'm also here to buy land. And to tell you the truth, Lao Li and the others have already bought thousands of acres of good land." Hearing this, the old village chief and old He looked at Zhang Yuyao in shock and then at old Ma. After old Ma nodded and confirmed this matter, even old He couldn't help but ask, "Miss Zhang, how much land did Fengzi ask you to buy?" Zhang Yuyao pursed her lips and said, "Well, you should wait and ask Lord Niu about this. I still have something to do, so I have to go back to my father's place. Let's talk about it when we go up the mountain." As she spoke, Zhang Yuyao hurriedly left with Jingshu and old Ma. The old village chief looked at the carriage in the distance and sighed painfully. "They're all a bunch of prodigals. What's so good about buying this lousy land? If someone wants to buy it, I'll sell my lousy land." Ahem. At this time, Niu Weili coughed and the three of them immediately reacted. After all, old He had met Niu Weili a few times, and it was about the rubber factory, so they could be considered acquaintances. At this time, the two of them cupped their fists and greeted each other. "Lord Niu." "Old He, what are you doing here?" Niu Weili asked as he invited the three of them into the magistrate's office. As soon as they entered, old He saw that there was no one around and said, "Fengzi asked us to buy a lot of land. I don't know what this is about. Lord Niu, after all, you have a lot of connections. Can you take a look and tell us what's going on?" When Niu Weili heard this, he looked at the three of them strangely and asked, "Are you sure you don't know?" Old He smiled bitterly and spread out his hands. "If we knew, why would we bother Lord Niu?" The old village chief was still heartbroken. "Like I said, this Fengzi is a prodigal. What's the use of this thing?" When Niu Weili heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. "It's not just you guys. I'm also puzzled now. Do you know how much land Prince Zhang's two wives just bought?" The old village chief hurriedly asked, "How much?" Niu Weili raised 3 fingers and said slowly, 300 hectares. Chapter 1440. When the old village chief heard this, he was almost sent away. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes and asked again in shock, "How much did you say?" "You didn't hear wrong. 300 hectares. These things were classified, but he had some friendship with these people. In addition, these people were the people Zhang Feng cared about the most, so he couldn't offend them. After all, he had to rely on Zhang Feng for everything he ate and drank. If it weren't for Zhang Feng, he would still be living on that meager amount of food. Because of Zhang Feng's rubber factory and the security fees from the Shaoshan market, Niu Weili had bought 3 properties in the most prosperous area of Chang'an City. This didn't include the land he bought and the 3 big boxes in his house that emitted the smell of copper coins. These were all genuine goods at a fair price, and they were all legitimate income. But just now, he didn't know what was wrong with Zhang Feng. He actually asked his wife to tell him to buy land. What kind of logic was this? Although he knew about what happened on the mountain and the phosphate fertilizer, no one had ever used it or seen it before. Even if it had miraculous effects, they should have at least produced it. If you didn't produce it and no one had seen or used it, although Niu Weili believed in it, but he didn't dare to be rash. At this time, Niu Weili's words completely stunned the old village chief and the others. 300 hectares. Not 300 hectares. Was this Fengzi crazy? He actually bought so much land that no one wanted? The old village chief hurriedly said, "Old Master Niu, you have some friendship with Fengzi. You must know more about the things in the palace than us.
Tell me, what is Fengzi playing at this time? Niu Weili smiled bitterly and said, I don't know about this either. There hasn't been any major events recently, so I don't know. Just now, I heard from Mrs. Zhang that Fengzi actually asked everyone he knew, including the old soldiers of the Peace House, to buy land. I don't know what Fengzi is thinking, and he even asked me to buy land. Hearing this, the old village chief hurriedly asked, Then, did you buy it? Niu Weili didn't want to buy it, but since Zhang Feng said it, he couldn't refuse. Moreover, when did this kid do anything stupid? He naturally had his reasons for getting so many people to buy the land. He nodded and said, Naturally, I bought a dozen or so mu of land. After all, this official only has this much, and it was accumulated over the years. As for what Niu Weili said after that, only a fool would believe it. The old village chief and the others didn't mind, but they were even more confused. He had no idea what Zhang Feng was up to. So many people came to buy land. What was the meaning of this? Although the old village head didn't know what this meant, he couldn't sit still with so many people buying. He increasingly felt that Zhang Feng was going to do something big. As for what it was, although he wasn't sure, his intuition told him that he still had to buy this land. At this time, Niu Weili no longer had the desire to chat with them. He asked, What are you doing here? With this question, the old village chief and the other two were pulled back. They hurriedly said, We are also here to buy land. Niu Weili was stunned. He asked, Then how much are you planning to buy? Although he knew that Zhang Feng treated these people very well, how much money could they take out to buy land? How much could they buy? After the old village chief pulled old he and the others aside and muttered for a while, they unanimously decided that it was better to buy less. After all, everyone was buying now. Zhang Feng wouldn't be so bored as to play around with money like this. Therefore, in the end, the old village chief made the decision. He reluctantly took out a dozen silver notes and placed them in front of Niu Weili. Lord Niu, these are 1,700 taels of silver notes. We'll buy. The instant the banknotes were handed over to Niu Weili, the old village head took back a few more banknotes. After counting exactly 10 banknotes, he painfully handed them over to Niu Weili and said, Lord Niu, this is what Fengzi told me to do. Moreover, Fengzi treats you so well, you have to properly choose some good land for us. The corner of Niu Weili's mouth twitched. There was no need to count the silver notes. He directly took them and stuffed them into his clothes. The silver notes had almost been worn out by the old village chief. There was no need to count them. He took out the account book and flipped through it. There is a tunnel, but it's a little far. It's outside Tunghua Gate, next to Longsho Mountain. It's about 1,000 mu. You don't want it? If you want it, I can get it for you. Yes. When the old village chief heard this, the bitterness on his face instantly turned into joy. That place was a rare piece of fertile land. Although it was a little far, it was next to Longsho Canal. It was a rare and good place. After the money was settled, the old village chief, Old He, and Zhu Zi's father counted with their fingers and basically bought all the land for everyone in Tunghua Square. Although the money they brought today was far more than this. According to the old village chief's previous thoughts, he wouldn't buy a single word of land. The reason he was willing to pay for these useless things was all because of Zhang Feng. After busying himself for more than 2 hours, Niu Weili finally sent the old village chief and the others away. Looking at the backs of the 3 people, Niu Weili squinted his eyes and looked at the account book. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Advisor! After a moment, an old man with a mustache slowly entered the room. Niu Weili didn't even raise his head as he said, Quickly bring all the money I have. The advisor was stunned and hurriedly asked, Master I want to buy land. Chapter 1441. In fact, Niu Weili didn't have much money. After cooperating with Zhang Feng, he didn't have much money. Although it wasn't much, it was still an astronomical figure for other county magistrates. At this time, he could take out all his money to buy land, which showed that he trusted Zhang Feng. This time he could really make a lot of money. But he didn't know that this was just the beginning. As he made his move, all the people in the county government who could afford to buy land, who could afford it, and who had the money to buy land, basically bought land like crazy. In less than a moment, Zhang Shan also hurried to buy land with more than a dozen carriages of copper coins. Such a flashy scene startled the people in Chang'an City. This was not a big deal.
Before Xianxia's matter was dealt with, people from Qian Tong's mansion also came. This time, Qian Tong's butler was not so old-fashioned. He directly took out a banknote worth 100,000 taels of silver and threw it in front of Niu Jinda. This time, the people in Chang and city couldn't understand. At first, they thought this matter seemed to be related to the business cooperation between Niu Weili and Zhang Feng, but they didn't expect that it was not the case at all. Are these people buying land like crazy? Before the crowd could react and understand why these people were buying land so crazily, some of the officials in Changcheng and city also came to buy land. It could be said that since Qian Tong's butler left, people had never stopped coming to buy land at the gate of the Chang and local government. At this time, Niu Weili also panicked. He hurriedly sent a booklet to the Ministry of Personnel. This time it was better. This booklet appeared in Li Xiaogong's hand. Li Xiaogong was a little confused. Within 2 hours, the whole city of Chang'an was in chaos. Originally, this was a good thing for the imperial court, which was vast and sparsely populated. Moreover, he knew that Feng Xianling had bought a piece of land. Judging from the current situation, Li Xiaogong couldn't help but be a little confused. Could it be that there's something I don't know? Staring at the document in front of him, Li Xiaogong frowned and pondered for about the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Then, he waved his sleeve and said, "Butler!" A middle-aged man standing outside the door hurried into Li Xiaogong's study. "Master!" Li Xiaogong wrote 2 documents and said, "Send this document to White Deer College immediately and hand it over to His Majesty. There must be no mistakes. Also, how much spare money do we have in our residence?" With this question, the housekeeper was a little confused and hurriedly said, "This month's salary hasn't been paid yet. At this time, there are only a little more than 10,000 taels of silver left in the house. In addition to the banknotes and gold leaves in the house, there are about 100,000 taels of silver." Hearing this, Li Xiaogong frowned slightly. Why are there still so many? In his memory, there seemed to be more money in the family than this. Seeing this, the butler hurriedly said, "Master, most of the money has been sent to Luozhou Resort, so..." Hearing this, Li Xiaogong suddenly understood. He waved his hand and said, "Let's not worry about this for now. Go and use all the money in the house to buy land. Buy as much as you can. Also, immediately inform Luozhou to do the same. There must be no mistakes." Li Xiaogong had a hunch that this matter seemed to be related to the phosphate fertilizer. And this time, people from the mountain came down to buy land, especially Zhang Feng's 2 womenfolk. There must be a big movement. "Master, how should we reply to the Chang and local government?" Hearing this, Li Xiaogong frowned and pondered for a moment. Then he said, "Give an order first. This matter is temporarily suspended. If anyone asks, just say that there is no land to sell at the moment." At the same time. At this time, the mountain was not peaceful. This was especially true for the people of Tong Hui Fang. After hearing about this matter from the old village chief, everyone started scheming. On the mountain, more than 3,000 students were sitting in the square excitedly, waiting for Zhang Feng's arrival. On the field, Li Changqian and the others were already prepared, but Zhang Feng still hadn't arrived. Looking at the long and strange table covered in white cloth, and then looking at the bottles and jars on the table that were transparent like ice, all the students were stupefied. Li Shimin and the others were also surprised at this time. But seeing that Zhang Feng was not coming, they were also a little anxious. Li Shimin looked at the students below the stage and Li Changqian, who was wearing a mask, and whispered to Wei Zhang, who was next to him, "Old Wei, do you think something will happen at the foot of the mountain?" Wei Zhang was stunned and hurriedly said, "Nothing will happen, right? After all this matter." Without waiting for him to finish, Xiao Gizi hurriedly bent over and jumped on the stage. He squatted behind Li Shimin and said with a strange face, "Second master, just now the news from the foot of the mountain said that after Miss Zhang and the others went down the mountain, the whole Chang'an city was in an uproar, and many people ran to buy land." Li Shimin heard this and was instantly stunned. He had noticed that something was wrong and had been uneasy. Before, he did not know what was going on. Now that Xiao Gizi said this, Li Shimin could not sit still. He suddenly jumped up from the chair and asked, "Did Fengzi really buy the land at the gate of the city?" This. Chapter 1442. Li Shimin seriously doubted whether this Niu Weili would dare to sell that piece of land without using his brain. If he really did sell that piece of land, then there would be a lot of trouble. Just as Li Shimin was letting his imagination run wild, Zhang Feng changed into his iconic white robe and slowly walked over with his hands clasped behind his back. What awaited him was the sound of a tsunami. Seeing this, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "Quickly send a message to Li Shaogong and tell him to stop selling the land. As for other matters, wait until I return to the palace to discuss them." As Li Shimin's voice fell, Zhang Feng also slowly walked up to the high platform. At this moment, on the high platform, Ouyang Sun, old elementary scholar Sun Simiao, Li Gang, and the others sat at the front with the best view. Behind them were Li Shimin, Wei Zhang, and the others. Although this kind of arrangement usually didn't happen, it was because of Li Shimin's identity that this was the case. Zhang Feng first greeted everyone and glanced at little Gizi. A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes, but in the end, he didn't take it seriously. After waving his hand to silence the students, he said, "A few days ago, because of some matters, you all know about your classmate Qian Wanli's matter, right? It was because of this phosphate fertilizer that Qian Wanli fell into the hands of evil people. Because of this, I have decided today to use practical actions to uphold justice for Qian Wanli. Didn't some people spread rumors that our phosphate fertilizer was poisonous? Didn't some people say that there was a problem with our phosphate fertilizer? Then today, I won't wear this mask and will do an experiment for everyone. You will be able to learn these things in the future. But there is one point that you must remember clearly, and that is that everything you learn is the foundation of the country. You must be like those birds and know how to reciprocate. Do you all remember?" When the 3,000+ students heard this, they all bowed and said, "We obey the dean's orders." Hearing this, Zhang Feng gestured with his hands to silence the crowd. He turned to Yu Shernan and the others and said, "Respected teachers, is that kid going to start now?" Yu Shernan nodded and glanced at Li Shimin. Seeing Li Shimin nod without a trace, he said, "Then let's start. But are you sure that this thing is no longer poisonous?" Apart from the more than 3,000 students from Chang'an University and White Deer Academy, there were also craftsmen from the various academies present. Most importantly, the emperor was also present. If something went wrong, it would be no laughing matter. Zhang Feng smiled indifferently and said, "The phosphate stone will not poison people in an open and ventilated place. Moreover, with such a small amount, it won't poison people." As for Old Nyo and the others, it was because they stayed on the phosphate mine mountain for a night and pulled dozens of wagons of or along the way. It would be strange if they were not poisoned. And the poisoning of Li Gon and the others was an accident. Because of the improper experiment, the high-pressure phosphate fertilizer leaked out. Hearing this, everyone was enlightened. Li Shimin pulled off the mask on his mouth and said with a smile, "If that's the case, why should I wear this? Although it's exquisite, it's still a little suffocating." As he spoke, Li Shimin was about to light a cigarette. But before he could light the cigarette, Zhang Feng hurriedly stopped him. Although the cigarette would not cause any harm, but what if it did? "Laoli, at this time we're still fine. This thing is not a joke. I don't know if this fire will cause any other problems. So, after the experiment is over, I'll treat you to a cigarette. How about that?" "Okay, let's not talk about it. Just watch." As he spoke, Zhang Feng personally walked down from the podium. When Li Changqian and the others saw this, they hurriedly took out some phosphate ores that they had prepared in advance and put them on the grinder to grind them slowly. When Zhang Feng arrived on the stage, the entire academy was silent. Everyone stared at Zhang Feng's every move with their eyes wide open. They saw Zhang Feng use a small shovel to grind some powder on the grinder and put it in a strange bottle with a big belly. Then, he lit an oil lamp under the bottle. Then, he put a glass jar over the mouth of the bottle. Not long after, a milky white smoke flowed along the canister and slowly flowed into another large bottle. The large bottle was about half filled with water, and the smoke miraculously flowed along the canister into the bottom of the bottle. Logically speaking, the smoke should be able to float. But the amazing thing was, the smoke not only did not float, but also sank to the bottom of the water. It swirled at the bottom of the water, and some white powder slowly appeared at the bottom of the bottle. Although the test bench was not big, but the people who were not far from the test bench saw it clearly. Only the students who were far away stretched their necks and waited for the test bench. And Li Shimin and the others had never seen such a magical thing. It could actually make the smoke settle in the water. This was amazing enough. After a round of operation, Zhang Feng pointed to the powder at the bottom of the water and said, "Everyone, this is the phosphorus element, which is the material used to make phosphorus fertilizer." Chapter 1443. Zhang Feng's Words. Instantly, all the students were in an uproar. Even Yu Shernan and the others on the stage, along with Sun Ximiao, hurried to Zhang Feng's side with their masks. Li Shimin wanted to come, but he was helplessly pressed down on the chair by Niu Jinda. He couldn't get up even if he wanted to. He was so suffocated that his whole face turned red. Li Shimin was cornered. He glared at Niu Jinda and said, "What do you mean by this?" "Second master, you'd better bear with it first. I know the power of this thing. It's something that people don't even dare to smell. Fengzi is young. He can withstand it." "Then you mean that my body is very weak?" In an instant, Li Shimin's words made Niu Jinda's body tremble. He hurriedly explained, No, I mean, it's..." After hemming and hawing for a long time, Li Shimin was also impatient. He said, "I came here today for this thing. If even I shrink back, won't I become a laughingstock?" Wei Zhang and the others were also frightened by the matter between Niu Jinda and the emperor. However, when he saw that it was because of this matter, Wei Zhang hurriedly went forward to persuade Li Shimin. "Second master, just watch. Don't go forward." Yes, second master. If you go forward, how big of a sin will we be committing?" Li Shimin finally understood. These people had already discussed it. They were afraid that he would do something. They were afraid that something would happen to him. However, if he didn't go today and witness it with his own eyes, he would really be letting his conscience down. "Shut up!" Li Shimin's slightly angry roar instantly made several people shut up. Yu Shernan and the others heard it, but they couldn't say anything. After all, this was a matter of the court. What could they say? Moreover, it was the first time they saw this thing. It was also very rare. After all, there were some things that could not be helped. Under Li Shimin's scolding, although Feng Xianling and the others were still somewhat unwilling, they didn't dare to say anything since they were on the mountain after all. They could only make way for Li Shimin. Li Shimin thought about it and put on the mask. In fact, he really didn't want to wear this thing. He always wondered if this thing was a bit inauspicious. However, if he didn't wear it, it would make everyone nag, so Li Shimin still chose to wear it. When the few of them walked onto the stage, the first round of refining had already ended. Zhang Feng was currently sorting out the residue in the equipment and the small amount of phosphate fertilizer that had been refined. The extraction of phosphate fertilizer was actually very simple. It was to add some sodium nitrate, which was also known as lime powder, into the water. Then, the phosphorus element gas, which had been distilled at high temperatures, was introduced into the water. After a chemical reaction, the precipitated phosphate fertilizer, which was also known as phosphorus nitrate. This was also the simplest thing that Zhang Feng could make based on the things of the current era. It was also the most acceptable thing for everyone. Zhang Feng was actually very troubled. These things actually didn't need to be done. However, on one hand, he couldn't stand it anymore. On the other hand, he really didn't know about the problem of next year's locust plague. After all, only through this year's planting and irrigation, and by entangling the powder in the water, could a series of obstructions be achieved. Next year's things could possibly eliminate the locusts. But Zhang Feng didn't have the ability to completely eliminate the locusts. At the very least, he had to wait until the hot air balloon was accepted by everyone. Then, he could use the hot air balloon to spray pesticides in a large area to possibly stop the locusts. This was only within the territory of the Tang dynasty. As for the matters outside, Zhang Feng couldn't care so much. But even so, whether the locusts could be stopped by then was another matter. Therefore, on the premise that at least the people in his academy, Lao Li, and the others wouldn't starve next year, and on the premise that old Niu accidentally found this thing, Zhang Feng came up with this idea. Otherwise, Zhang Feng really didn't want to do such a troublesome thing. Moreover, it had been leaked out by someone. If he waited until after next year's spring harvest, it didn't matter whether this matter was leaked out or not. However, damn it. He let that old man surnamed Kong come to the mountain and secretly spread the news about the phosphate fertilizer. That was what led to the subsequent matters. Therefore, Zhang Feng was indeed in a bad mood today. The feeling of being made a fool of made him feel very depressed. Therefore, since they were guessing blindly, Lao Tzu would directly lay his cards on the table. Even if their schemes could be deceiving,
Lao Tzu wouldn't be afraid. This was where Zhang Feng's confidence came from. Those who believed in him could fill their bellies. Those who didn't believe in him, hee. Good luck to them. Li Shimin and the others wandered around the experiment table, and Li Chengqian assumed the role of a guide, loudly introducing the idea of the experiment. And some of the things on the experiment table. Professional terms. For example, the composition of sodium nitrate and so on. Not to mention Yu Shernan and the others who had been studying Zhang Feng's physics teaching book all day long. Even the more than 3,000 students couldn't stay calm when they heard this at this moment. Is this really what we've been learning all this while? Seeing that Zhang Feng didn't speak, a student hurriedly came forward and asked loudly, "Mr. Dean, is this thing called experiment really so magical? Is it that the snow-like thing is the phosphate fertilizer that can greatly increase the yield of grain?" Chapter 1444. Dean, please enlighten us. Everyone heard this. More than 3,000 students started shouting noisily. What a joke. Although this experiment was a piece of cake for Zhang Feng, to the people of this feudal era, this was undoubtedly the first time they had done something like this since the beginning of time. At this time, if they could really come up with something, or if they could learn this thing, they would be able to use this skill to secure a position in the Ministry of Works. What was this? This was a benefit that could be seen with one's eyes. Moreover, what they were learning now was the theoretical knowledge of these things. Basically, the entire White Deer College learned a variety of things. For example, ancient Chinese and so on were categorized by Zhang Feng into the Chinese series. The students were very puzzled by this title. However, since the dean said so, what could they do? As for mathematics, it was treated as a serious course. These two classes were taught every day. However, these two classes were more complicated, especially the Chinese series, which included ancient Chinese such as the Book of Songs, Tao Te Ching, and so on. There was also a meditation class on the current situation. There was also a dictation class on the future of the Tang dynasty, and so on. In this dictation class, there were also medical lectures and military sand table lessons. As for the medical course, it was basically Sun Simiao who taught some common medical hygiene, physiological hygiene, and so on. There were also some common medical books on the understanding of blood vessels, common treatments for colds and coughs, and some life tips. Although these things seemed extremely simple, after learning them, one would realize that these things were actually too complicated. Not to mention things like aerodynamics, atmospheric pressure, water pressure, and so on. Why could humans float on water? Why was there wind? How was wind formed? And so on. These things undoubtedly revealed the wonders of nature. After seeing the dean and a few senior brothers' personal experiments today, it seemed to have opened a window for these people. Previously, when they saw Zhang Feng's medical lectures and Zhang Feng's treatment of Niu Jianhu's leg, it caused a commotion among the students on the mountain. Many people were completely immersed in medicine. Sun Simiao could not help but be overjoyed. However, this time, the door opened by Zhang Feng made Sun Simiao and the others feel that the world was extremely mysterious. They even unanimously believed that what Zhang Feng said was not true. However, it was not until the last time when the yellow ginger he planted transformed after using phosphate fertilizer that Sun Simiao finally saw Zhang Feng's terrifying talent and the wonders of the technology that Zhang Feng mentioned. Today was also the first time he witnessed such an experiment with his own eyes. Under his eyes, Zhang Feng personally crushed the stone dregs into powder and turned them into wisps of gas through high temperature. Then, through the water at the other end, he turned them into something whiter than snow. That was the phosphate fertilizer last time. Sun Simiao, was it? However, after careful observation and testing, Sun Simiao was shocked to discover that this thing was exactly the same as the phosphate fertilizer that Zhang Feng had given him before. That was to say, this thing was undoubtedly phosphate fertilizer? Sun Simiao saw so many people asking at this time and couldn't help but ask, "Fengzi, tell us. Otherwise, old man can be sure that these students will break your door." Zhang Feng sighed and said, "Since Dr. Sun asked me to tell you, I dare not neglect. Since everyone wants to know, then I will tell you my idea today. Do you know why I made the matter of phosphate fertilizer public today? Someone told me that after I got this thing out, I should let the facts speak for themselves. Someone even told me not to spread this thing and keep it as a family heirloom. There are many such things, but..." Zhang Feng looked around and said, "I also thought so." In an instant, everyone burst into laughter. In fact, this idea was the truest. If it were them, they would choose to treat this thing as a family heirloom and pass it down.
Zhang Feng shook his head and said, "Wrong. I know that you all want to fight. In fact, I am also a layman. I don't have such high moral integrity, and I have never thought of saving the world. The world has nothing to do with me, Zhang Feng." Yu Shernan couldn't help but frown slightly. The old scholar laughed and said no more. At this time, everyone's expression was different. Some agreed with Zhang Feng's approach, and some thought that Zhang Feng might have been provoked. Some even wanted to stop Zhang Feng from continuing. However, Zhang Feng said loudly, "But these are all my previous thoughts. Indeed, we're not saints. To put it bluntly, we're all born and raised by our parents. We're all humans with flesh and blood. As long as we're humans, we're bound to have selfish motives. I, Zhang Feng, am not a saint either. I also have my own selfish motives. My selfish motives are to allow the people I like, the people I care about, the people who care about me, the people who like me, my brothers and family members to live a safe and stable life. That's all. But there is a limit. That is, I can't bear to see others suffer. You are all my students, Zhang Feng. Then we are family. If I, Zhang Feng, can't even fill your stomachs, then I will feel ashamed if you call me a teacher. I will feel ashamed. And you also have family, and your family may be starving at this time. So I was thinking, since you are all my students, all my family, then why should I be so secretive? In fact, if you have the slightest interest in this thing, you will definitely recognize many things from Li Gan and the others' introduction. That's right. Many of the things in this experiment are things that you have seen in books before. You should be familiar with this thing, right? At this moment, all the students were in an uproar. Immediately, there was a tsunami of cheers. Chapter 1445. Zhang Feng was not wrong. The reason why Zhang Feng chose to make it public was not only to win over the hearts of the people, but also to popularize the phosphate fertilizer as soon as possible. More importantly, it was because of the incident with Qian Wanli. Although many people did not say it out loud, a seed had already been planted in their hearts. What Zhang Feng wanted to do was to take advantage of this opportunity to completely wipe out this seed in the cradle. After all, this thing was a disaster. There was no way to give the students a sense of security in the academy. How could the students completely open their hearts? This operation was effective in an instant. Although Zhang Feng did not know for the time being whether these people really understood and opened their hearts or not, at least at this moment, he could feel that the series of factors caused by Qian Wanli's incident had all disappeared. At this moment, Yu Shernan and the others were also a little shocked. The things that Zhang Feng said were actually recorded in the book. But today, even he could not understand Zhang Feng's words at this time. What on earth did Zhang Feng do? Let alone Li Shimin. But at this time, seeing that the students of the academy were so excited, they could not say anything and could only let Zhang Feng fool around. After all, overall, the haze caused by Qian Wanli had disappeared at this time. At this time, Zhang Feng continued. In fact, what I want to say is that none of us are saints. We just want to use our own strength to make everyone live a better life. We all have families, neighbors, brothers, and friends. When we are full, do we have to watch them starve too? This is not something that we should do. I'll make it clear here first. If anyone dares to do this, no matter what official rank you are, Lao Tzu will find a way to get you down. A person who does not even have the basic filial piety and conscience does not deserve to be an official at all. Although these are two different things, they are actually the same thing. How can a person who does not even have the basic principles of being an official? An official is also a muddle-headed official. Today this phosphate fertilizer, you all saw it. This is a gift that I, Zhang Feng, want to protect the people I want to protect. I don't care if the world doubts this thing at this time or what, but since I have made it today, I will provide it to you for free at the first time. When it is time for autumn planting, I will give you a holiday. During autumn planting, no matter the official rank, there would be a few days of holiday. This was a law set by the current emperor to encourage agriculture. But as for the academy, although there were no clear rules, basically, no one had set a precedent. Today, Zhang Feng's words. It was not because of anything else. They were all commoners from the bottom rung of society. At this time, they came to the academy to learn the most advanced and awesome things that everyone else had to look up to. Their dean was the youngest Confucian scholar and the person who was most likely to surpass Wei Zheng's existence. Everyone in the world thought that he was a person who was more accomplished than the godly Dr. Sun Simiao. This was why the 6 Confucian scholars were willing to come to the academy. What was the reason for this? It was not because of a few jars of wine, nor was it because Zhang Feng was thick-skinned, nor was it because they were after Zhang Feng's little bit of salary. It was mainly because of the teaching philosophy on the academy, as well as the feeling of awe that everyone felt when they saw the white deer college uniform. It was the simple and unadorned kind that Zhang Feng said. That's right. Zhang Feng said so much. He said so much in every speech. It was just to explain one thing. Don't forget your roots. Forgetting one's roots was an extremely terrifying thing. At this time, among the 3,000 students, some seemed to have thought of this point. However, most of them were immersed in Zhang Feng's impassioned speech and were unable to extricate themselves. At this time, Ma Zhou and the others were so emotional that they bowed deeply. When Li Chengqian and the others saw this, although they did not want to, they still bowed with them. With this bow, all the students began to follow suit. When Zhang Feng saw this, he waved his hand slightly and said, "All of you, get up. There's no need to do this. I'm giving you a break, but there's a condition. The condition is that you have to work in the fields personally. When the time comes, I'll give you an assignment. It can be considered an assessment for this semester." Li Shimin could not help but look at Zhang Feng with some surprise. He asked, "What kind of assessment are you planning? Don't tell me you want them to work in the fields?" Zhang Feng nodded and said, "That's right. I've come up with a poem. Today, I'll give it to all of you." Hoeing crops at noon, sweat dripping down to the soil. Who knows that every grain of rice on the plate is laborious? Only when you truly realize how difficult it is to obtain these grains, will you know how to walk your own path in the future. Even the current emperor, from what I know, will personally work in the fields in the imperial manor on Longsho Mountain, let alone all of you? Don't tell me you feel that your status is more noble than the emperor. Today, I'm giving you an assignment. From tomorrow onwards, every one of you will have to choose a piece of land on the mountain. The size of the land will depend on you. But this piece of land must be personally planted by you. Do not count on others. And from today onwards, whether you want to eat meat or soil on the mountain, that will depend on you. The things that you plant, the livestock that you breed, will all need to be reported to the kitchen. Then, every year, according to your income from that year, the standard of your meals will be determined. Of course, these things that are produced will all be returned to the kitchen. This matter, I'll leave it to Du Dabing. Chapter 1446. In an instant. All the students were in an uproar. In their cognition, studying was the most noble thing. But why did studying become so cheap here? Moreover, they had to plant food by themselves. Although these things were not a big deal for most of the students, for some of them who had been spoiled since childhood, it was uncomfortable. For example, Du Go. For example, Li Chengqian and the others. At this moment, they were all frowning. For example, Ouying Sun, on the other hand, laughed loudly and said, "All of you must remember clearly what the dean has said today. Of course, the academy will pay for all the seeds and fertilizers. As for those of you who don't know how to grow crops, I have 2 suggestions here. First, voluntarily withdraw from the academy. My academy will write a document, and on this document, it will state that you all don't know how to grow crops and won't write anything else. As for the second, that is to ask the students around you and humbly ask for advice. If you don't know how hard it is to get the food on the plate, how will you know how hard it is to get the Tang dynasty in the future? In the future, no matter what you do, it will be closely related to the academy. Although the academy has given you glory and let you be arrogant in Chang'an City, don't forget that it is the academy that has given you this. The academy has the right to withdraw it. It can do so at any time. And everything the dean said today is to remind you of one thing, that is, don't forget your original intention. This is a guiding stone that will determine how far you can go in the future. Only with it in your hands, you will not lose yourself in sensual pleasures." Zhang Feng's words were a little harsh today. However, Zhang Feng had thought about it before he came. In fact, he had wanted to do this for a long time. The reason why he bought so much land this time was also for a purpose. Want him to plant food? Are you kidding me? Would he plant food? This time, he spent so much money to buy the land because of the phosphate fertilizer and the students on the mountain. After all, they were only the first batch of students, and there would be many more in the future. These things were actually for the world to see. One had to know that at this time, everyone was waiting for Zhang Feng's answer. They were also feeling ashamed of the pair of hands behind his back. This was Zhang Feng's explanation to the people of the world, which was also his attitude. Those who follow me will always have meat to eat. Those who don't follow me, you can just drool. The lecture time was more than the experiment time. After Zhang Feng finished talking about these things, only Li Chengqian and the others were left to perform. They performed the experiment while explaining the theory of the experiment to the students. As for Zhang Feng, after his speech, he slipped away under the eager gazes of the students. Li Shen's, one of the two compassionate peasants, was the only one left. After that, Li Shimin personally wrote the poem. After that, he laughed and left with Yu Shernan and the others. The matter had already ended. If they stayed here, it would only increase the pressure in the hearts of the students. They went directly to Zhang Feng's villa together. Zhang Feng's door was wide open. He seemed to have expected that they would follow. At this time, even the tea had been poured and he was waiting for them. As soon as they entered the room, Zhang Feng said, "Let's make it clear first. This matter is my personal decision. It is also my decision as the dean. There is no room for negotiation." Zhang Feng had to give them a heads up first. Although he didn't know what they would ask, Zhang Feng's intuition told him that these people would definitely ask all kinds of reasons for doing so. It was not that Zhang Feng didn't want to say. They asked because they were too lazy to say. As for why the academy, for the first time, let the students participate in the matter of eating in the future, in fact, Zhang Feng himself didn't know. Although it was said that it was there, Zhang Feng just wanted to slow down. There were too many things in the past 2 days. In addition, Zhang Feng had to think about the promotion and production of this phosphate fertilizer. Therefore, Zhang Feng's head really hurt at this time. If it wasn't because Lao Li wanted to see Zhang Feng do the experiment, Zhang Feng would really be too lazy to do it. At this time, he just wanted to cover his head and have a good sleep. But obviously, Li Shimin and the others didn't take his words seriously. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Li Shimin laughed. He took out Zhang Feng's poem and said, "Did you just compose this again? Or did you already think about it?" Zhang Feng's expression froze and said, "It's just a casual remark. How can I be so awesome to think about it in advance?" Yu Shernan and the others had always felt that Zhang Feng seemed to have been prepared for this. At this time when they heard him say this, they were a little annoyed and said, "So you mean that everyone in the world is inferior to you?" Zhang Feng was sweating profusely in an instant. This was copying someone else's poem. Why did he need to think for so long? Wasn't it something that could be done easily? Moreover, this poem was in the future. Which one of them, from 70 to 80 years old to 5 or 6 years old children, did not know how to memorize a few poems? This was the simplest of them. No, Mr. Bosher, you think too much. This poem was actually written by my feelings. It's not a good poem. It can only be considered a limerick. When he said this, Yu Shernan's expression became even worse. He slammed the table and said, "So you mean that we don't even have the right to write in the future?"